Messages. I'm just curious. Huh, I didn't know you could. Am I already live? Or is it trying to go live? Okay. Let's try that again. That was kind of dumb. Live. Oh yeah, duh. I still have my fucking hotspot on. That's probably why. Okay, that's why. Okay, sweet. Let's go out of here. Go out of here. Alright. That's a good thing to know. Dig do. Alright. Just keep that in for the moment. I need to download. Search, yes. Search. Oh, sweet. So you made $12 more. That's awesome. Sounds like it's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not touching it. We didn't open it up. Take pictures to see who respects that right. We go out in public, we take pictures to see who respects that right. Oftentimes, people come up to us really aggressively and try to take away our camera just for taking pictures here in public. So it's
why would you want to do that?
He cannot comprehend why we're here even after telling him.
Because our First Amendment is under attack.
Oh, so you're just doing it?
We're advocates for the First Amendment.
Our rights are constantly being taken away. I mean, look at the Second Amendment in California. It doesn't exist anymore. Now they're coming after the first. If you when you have a complacent society that stops exercising,
stupid with that face.
That's your own
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because somebody like hold on, somebody. Are you going to listen or you just want to keep talking?
No, I'm telling you.
No, you don't get to tell.
Religion is poison.
Absolutely.
So okay, so
yeah, we talking about the mask?
No wonder you guys are getting harassed.
Look at him, trying to justify harassment.
We're not being harassed. No one's harassing.
You're the first one.
Sir, can we talk about the mask?
Are we good? Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. They're not lying. You can go ahead. Yeah, you're all good.
I mean, you guys are so concerned about whatever's going on. Why do you have your face?
Ma'am, why don't you just leave us alone and stop exposing your feet? I cover my face. You need to cover those feet. So let's stop picking on each other.
That comment about her toes made her silent real quick.
Shut up quick.
No, these guys are being idiots. So are you. What are you filming for?
He wants to ask right after just insulting us. I'm dead.
Everything. You film idiots.
Sit on it.
We'll put some socks on. Okay, now your table around. Yeah, we just film idiots in public, sir. That's all.
And he took the lead.
First place, whatever that is. Come on, you can't be driving around with a hell like that.
What are they doing? What's the reason?
We are exercising our very important rights in this beautiful country. If you don't like the rights in this beautiful country, you might want to check into North Korea. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. The rights we have here in America need to be exercised, or they will slowly chip away at them right underneath our very own eyes.
Perfect. But it'd be better to ask directly to us rather than asking other people about what they're doing.
People are dumb though, so they won't ask the actual people they should ask. Because they're dumb.
Implying that she'll beat me up.
Damn.
Such disrespect.
Why would people get violent over exercising of rights?
Seriously, can somebody answer this question? Why do they get so upset where they want to act violent?
Not when us as citizens finding people standing here.
Why don't you just call your man?
There's nothing
Oh, you
threatening
got
about that.
Oh, you don't got a man.
Damn.
Oh, you don't got a man. Okay, bud. Oh, all right. Okay, single and 40.
He was not expecting Impact to be right there.
How you doing, sir? Good. Beautiful smile you gave me there.
Oh, on YouTube. So that you guys have a great day.
Actually, for us, it's TikTok, but it's an exercising of our rights in a peaceful manner.
She knows about TikTok, so I can almost bet she'd hate to find herself while scrolling the FYP.
We disseminate how people react to it, that's all. Thank you for asking them. But next time, ask us. We tend to know more. You have a good day.
You everybody, but I don't have something now.
Looking at how dirty the glass on the doors are makes me sick. Nobody ever cleans them.
You haven't closed that door
What happened?
for the air.
We,
He's only open.
no. I didn't, we're not the ones opening it, and she keeps coming and yelling at us about it.
Don't get there.
How you doing, ma'am? Beautiful smile you have there. Thank you for sharing it.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
When we tell them to back away, they always end up getting closer and wanting to lay hands. It makes no sense. It's like telling a toddler no, and they end up doing it anyways.
That's on me. Get out of here. Why did you just attack me? You not touch me. Why? You just did.
You don't have to do that through a person.
Take accountability. You walk straight for him. Either get your business done or get the fuck out of here. What is wrong with me? You say get it done. Bro, come on. Try to get your ass beat. What was that? Damn. You just hit him with the back, sir. You hit two people.
It's on camera, on 5 different cameras.
You're so angry, you already forgot. And then when I had to say that after hitting me, you got mad and wanted to do it again.
Why can't people just be normal?
Anger management is needed with this one. You can't control your own feelings, sir?
Sounds like someone wasn't properly taught how to regulate their emotions as a child.
And why would you touch a young man without consent? Because that brings up other issues.
You made a beeline for him. Just a baby. Exactly.
We didn't have to bait anybody. You literally went and assaulted him.
Alright, standing in front of the post office with the camera's big, and you fell for it.
And then when I went to defend him, he decided to also assault me.
And you fell for the bait. Because you don't respect photographers in public. You fell for the bait because you have no respect for others. You fell for the bait because you have no respect for others. Keep your hands to yourself. They teach you that in 2nd grade. Kindergarten, actually.
People like this remind me of the bullies from high school.
And then he went after the small one, like he likes young men.
He's a tough guy, that's why. You thought he was alone. He's a bully. He's just called a bully.
Huh? Exercising our rights, that's all.
Oh, cool.
But you don't want to walk by your victim again?
You don't want to walk by the little boy you touched?
Try not touching another young man without their consent.
Narcissists will never apologize for their actions. They only want us to apologize for the way we reacted to their behavior.
Keep your hands to yourself. You're
That's really gross.
You're throwing language.
He like grabbed him too, like.
Yeah, and then he went to grab me, so I pushed him.
If that was a woman, that'd be an SA charge. And this is what the postal worker here promotes. She encouraged that behavior with that guy. So this lady thinks that assaulting young men is a good thing.
He's a child. I just told him that that's your son.
Rapture? What's rapture? I found a couple person that came on earlier gave me a couple new YouTubers to check out, so I'm gonna check them out. Rapture. Okay. Let me... Well, I don't see that as a YouTube name. Is that the name of it? Because that didn't bring up nothing. Oh, is that Donnie or Danny? Donnie, okay. Donnie Rapture. Alright, maybe that'll bring it up. What's he do videos? He makes videos of Karens. Oh yeah, shit tons of Karens. Alright. I have subscribed to them. There's so many fucking good YouTubers now. I wish I had the balls to go out and do audits, but I couldn't. If you go to jail, you have to pay to get out still. So, and you got to go to court and shit, and I can't afford that. So, I can't do audits even if I wanted to, because I couldn't afford it.
The bigger thing is, if he's a Republican, why is he trampling on people's rights?
He doesn't have his rights. He's ignorant.
No, but it seems like you're bothered within 2 seconds of being here.
He's uneducated, that's why. I'm sure Biden. So he looks like a dumbass.
Just one. I agree.
That's all right. There's ignorant people from both parties that don't respect the Constitution.
The blue collar and the white collar. What are you guys doing here?
Exercising the rights. We're exercising the rights that you want to shit on.
Don't you guys have real jobs?
We have been conditioned into working for the rest of our lives. The expected lifespan is typically 78 years, and we're expected to work until we're 65. At 38, you would have already lived half your life. How crazy is that to think?
We don't need it. We're retired. Thank you.
We're not blue collar like you, buddy. Okay. No, I'm not blue collar. Oh, yeah, you look like you know. I don't pay taxes, bro.
Oh, so
You don't pay taxes and you're proud of that?
Yeah.
You're proud of not providing money for schools and infrastructure? You're proud of that?
I wouldn't say like
You're proud of
Wait,
not providing for highways and streets?
No, he's proud of
You're proud of closing the sidewalk?
he's proud of taking our tax dollars.
You don't pay taxes? What about the bag of chips you bought earlier? Right, sales tax doesn't exist, right? You pay taxes, my boy. That's right.
He said you don't pay taxes, which means you get government money.
That's your own welfare. You just said there's taxes everywhere.
do with like normal crazy people. You shouldn't deal with these crazy people.
Yeah, how dare we have rights? You might want to go to North Korea.
What are you saying, Daddy?
Look at her standing there all proud after she just fire-started him and let him go.
Oh Lord, it's come back.
Because they're comfortable. Skechers. Jesus Christ. You guys will be alright one day. You'll grow up.
Sounds like a whole lot of projection. I can almost bet he says this to himself daily in the mirror.
Dumbass.
Exercising the rights that apparently this person wishes we didn't have. So.
That is right. You guys don't even know what that means.
It says the guy that weighs 300 pounds. Okay.
Gosh, that was like 260, but thanks for asking.
Okay. I'm sure.
260?
I'm sure. That is not 260.
Yeah, you wish you were 260. In
Damn.
high school,
Jesus.
260. When was the last time you got on a scale? Holy shit. That's what I do is one of my angels will get a scale. No, you don't have to use scale. What shoes are you wearing? I use lots of scales in my angel. Adidas, you wear here.
You'd have to pay taxes if you had income.
Scale, other stuff.
You'd have to pay taxes if you had any income.
You're wearing Adidas.
You got a small business? Oh, he's a small business owner.
A small business owner who doesn't respect the rights we have here in America.
Oh, that's cute. That's so cute. That's really cute. That's so cute. You see that truck right there? That is so cute. Wow, it's a small business. Oh, that's so pretty small though for full size. That's so cute. 2,500. What is that?
Hold on.
Come on, bro.
Hold on.
3,500 people have paid off. Yeah, right. You wouldn't know. I think you I don't know. Paid off. Guys, don't hold me. How about you don't fix your hair with that money? Don't fix your hair with that money. What are you guys talking about? You guys can't do this.
Our hair is covered up. Doesn't mean we don't have any.
Sir, have you ever don't fix your hair with all that money? You guys have no hair. That's right. I'm blowing it out. I shaved it all off. Unlike you. You probably using hair, huh? Yeah, I shaved it all off. I'm not afraid. You afraid? I'm not afraid. Have you heard of a paid off house though, sir? Yeah, he hasn't, because he doesn't. Who? Have you heard of a
No, he's definitely living off.
I got 3 paid off houses. Sure. 3 paid off properties. Sure. You're a liar. No, yeah. And you're a liar. I'm just doing this for fun. Whatever you want to believe. Whatever you want to believe. You guys, put it up here, all right? You can lie to yourself all you want. We'll see on CNN later on.
Dude, if you weren't paying any taxes, you don't own 3 homes. Like, that's pretty much fucking given. I don't pay taxes. Oh, then you don't own 3 homes. Fucking idiot.
Oh, that was you watch? Because you called us libtards. No, he called us libtards and then he says watch CNN. Oh, God, this guy's an idiot.
Sometimes I wonder if they can even hear the words coming out of their mouth.
Videos will be on there.
It's gonna be on all the stations.
No, it's gonna be on LBL, Impact Media. Oh, yeah. I'm against the Facebook. That's an old faction.
Yeah, it's gonna be on PS.
Maybe single man.
That's Robin. He's the leader.
No, that's the 90s, sir. We're in 2001. 30 years ago was 30 years ago.
You guys both look like you're in 2020.
This Dennis Robin.
He's a famous basketball player. Who was friends with Kim Jong-un.
But like, not after you guys see what you guys do.
I find it funny they always want to ask after they've already had a whole meltdown.
We're taking pictures in public to see who respects that, right? You see how you call us libtards and totally disrespected our rights to stand in public under the First Amendment right?
Wait, why would you do that? Why would you exercise your rights?
People disrespect us like you. They have no respect for the United States Constitution. They have no respect for the United States Constitution.
Hold on. Did you ask why we are exercising our rights?
No, not to you. Like, why are you doing this?
We actually do it everywhere. We do it in public. We do city buildings. We were at City Hall yesterday. It's not here isn't a thing.
Yeah, we have a YouTube. Does it change anything or not? It changes at all. We have
That's what we're here for.
American citizens who are eligible.
We educate and disseminate to the public our interactions while exercising our rights.
Well, if you guys look like you're in riot here, you think anybody's gonna sustain them to that? Like people gonna take you in with open arms?
Just because you wouldn't, that doesn't mean everybody else walks around entitled just like you. He's so closed-minded and refuses to see it through other people's eyes.
They absolutely do.
300 people that they have. That's why you should have judged others by the book on the cover.
We've literally had 316 people walk in here and respect our rights.
Whatever you want to believe, sir. You can make your assumptions and run with them.
Right. Make an ass out of you and me. Well, Dad's words are always wise. Let's listen to our father. I hope you rekindle that relationship. Some fathers don't. You don't have to though. I can understand a relationship that's not so.
Yeah, not all fathers are great fathers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not all fathers deserve to be spoken to.
I can agree.
Like mine, for example.
Well, your biological father.
Biological, not this one.
I'm gonna refer to.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Again?
I saw you last time.
Maybe. How long ago?
Like 2-3 months ago.
Oh, that would be. Are you new here? Are you new here? Nice.
Good luck, guys. Have a good day.
You have a good day too, sir.
See, even at the end of it, Impact was nice, and that guy didn't deserve it.
You guys have a good day. You too. People.
You guys. No, you guys have got some children attacking me. And I told them not to take a picture.
He didn't understand that we are allowed to film in public, so the cop explained it to him.
I told them not to take a picture.
No, but they can't. So you just gotta let them do it.
Damn it. Go there. Why aren't you going there? $7 hours and 14 minutes. Damn. Okay.
At Staples, we're experts in your world of work. That means we provide more than just office supplies. We offer ergonomic.
Thank you. Any objection?
Your Honor, I always lodge an objection to that since we've invoked the rule of sequestration, but I understand that is in fact what Georgia law is. So I note my objection for the record.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilliard. With that, is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury and swearing them in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please bring in the jury.
Evening 7. Today is day 1 of the trial. It's 7 hours long. Good.
Jury's hearing.
What the hell? Why is it pausing? The fake cry as soon as the jury comes in. Yep. Fake cry as soon as the jury comes in. Come on, more fake cries. Come on. Come on, make it look like you're sad.
That's everyone.
Fake as fuck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please have a seat. Everyone else in the courtroom as well, please have a seat. All right. First of all, good morning to you. Thank you for being here. I know last week wasn't easy, and starting out your week like this doesn't make it any easier. There are a couple of things I want to ask you. When you left, I asked you not to have any contact with anyone about the case. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't avoid the media. If you are in the room when something starts, please leave. Has anyone have any issues with those instructions? No, ma'am. Very good. And with that, you will now be sworn as jurors.
Good morning. Please stand and raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making a false statement 14 counts, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will. I will. You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump right in.
Since you come in here to start a fight with me last night, I won't be replying to your messages. So have a good night.
We're going to have to redo that. One of the jurors was missing.
Oh my. Okay, ma'am, you come on down. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard, for noticing that. Good morning. Okay, let's do that again.
Raise your right hands. You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making false statements, 14 counts, and a true verdict given according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started right away. The first thing I'm going to do is give you some preliminary instructions. I have asked the bailiff to provide you with pens and notepads for your use during trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witnesses' credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes, until you retire, the notes are there to assist you in remembering what you have. And I'm taking a look at my notes, and my notes need to be a little bit different from what they are.
I've been in a couple of trials in the past, guys, and it takes a little bit to, they got to get through all the stuff they got to tell the juror. They got to talk to both the defendant and the co-defendant. They got to talk to all that stuff, and then they get started on it. So it might take a minute before they actually get into the trial here.
All right. I don't have everything that I need. So this is a wonderful way to start out. We're going to take already a 5-minute break.
That was quick.
Okay, so you take the jurors to the deliberation room.
We're going to skip through the 5-minute break and go right
Attorneys,
into
let's
this case.
please bring in the jurors.
Jurors, you hear me?
Turn this up a little bit so you guys can hear it a little better. There you go. Once you get started, it's going to take it a second.
Jurors entering.
All right, thank you. As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat. And let the record reflect that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that, there was a juror who didn't make it out for the first swearing, and I just wanted to ask you the question that I asked everyone else. Have you done any research? Have you talked to anyone about the case? Have you watched any news media? Okay, so you've been able to follow the court's instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, nor do research. All right, thank you very much. All right, and your number? 7. Okay, and that is juror number 7. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I'm going to get back to the pens and notepads that you have for your use during the trial. You may make notes, but you're not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and to evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination to believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. During deliberation, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings, but you may consult the notes of other jurors if you wish. Do not be influenced by the notes of others unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what evidence that may have been presented. After the trial is over, the notes will be destroyed and they will be collected and destroyed. And at this time, please write your name on the front sheet of paper in the pad and make no further notes on the front sheet. That way, no other person can see your notes if your pad should be seen by another person. The law requires that you decide this case solely on evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or any individuals in the case. In other words, you should search the internet, websites or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside of the confines of the courtroom, to include media of any sort or online research. The bailiffs have been instructed to collect your cell phones, tablets, and laptops during the proceedings. You may want to leave those in your vehicle. If they collect them, they'll be sure to give them back to you at the end of the day and on breaks as well. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. I know that many of you use tools or technology in your daily life, but you may not do so in connection with your service as a juror. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or use electronic tools to communicate with anyone about the case. This includes your family members and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case or your jury service via internet, text messaging, email, Twitter, Instagram, a Snapchat, and on and on and on. You cannot use any social networking websites to communicate anything about this case. I cannot stress strongly enough that communication via electronic devices is prohibited. So at this time, you may sit in any of the seats in the trial. During the voir dire process, we ask that you sit in specific seats for identification purposes. However, there is no need to do so during the trial itself. If you need anything while in the jury room, you may knock at the door to notify the bailiff that you wish to communicate with the court. I would then give you instructions on how this should be done, depending on the stage of the trial and the nature of the request. So I'm going to give you an overview of the criminal law and trial procedure that will apply in this case to give you a framework. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there shall be a union or joint operation of act and intention. That is, a crime is committed when a person violates a statute of this state by acting as prohibited, while at the same time he has a criminal intention and no other defense excuses the conduct. A person will not be presumed to act with criminal intention. However, the jury may find such intention upon the consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and all other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is prosecuted. The state cannot bring a person accused of a felony to trial unless the grand jury has first indicted that person. Grand jurors do not try criminal cases. They ordinarily only hear from witnesses for the state. When a criminal case is tried, the defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. This plea of not guilty denies every essential allegation of the indictment and forms the issue or the question that you as a trial jury will decide. The indictment and the plea of not guilty to it are not evidence, and you should not consider them as evidence. Every person is presumed innocent until proved guilty. No person shall be convicted of a crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a
Sweet tea from McDonald's is awesome. I got one right here. Except mine's kind of watered down because I didn't drink it real fast. So it's kind of a little watered down, but still good.
reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each essential element of each.
And depending on where you are in the United States, where I'm at, it's just regular tea, but like different areas, it's Southern tea. Different McDonald's have Southern tea, and then we have regular tea where I'm at. But like different towns around here have Southern tea. That's way better than this tea. But the closest one to us is in Branson, which is like 2 hours from here. So I ain't driving 2 hours just for a tea.
Crime charged beyond reasonable doubt. In this state, a defendant on trial may or may not testify as she chooses. If she does testify, you would judge her credibility by the same test applied to any other witness. If the defendant does not testify, which is her absolute constitutional right, you shall not draw any inference of guilt from this decision. And her decision, her election not to testify, may not in any way affect your verdict.
I hope she does testify. I don't think she will. But I hope she does, because it'd be awesome to see her fucking fumble over her words.
Verdict. Moreover, the defendant has no duty to call any witnesses or present any evidence during a trial. If she calls no witnesses or presents no evidence, you may not derive any from such failure to produce evidence. In such case, you decide on whether the state's evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Under our system, I have the duty as a trial judge to decide the law that applies to a case and to instruct you on it. You have the duty as a jury to decide the facts in a case from which the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that was too clear. You have the duty as the jury to decide the facts in a case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. In reaching your verdict, you also have the duty to apply the law to those facts. You decide the facts from the evidence. The evidence has two parts: testimony of witnesses and exhibits. A witness means anyone who testifies in person from the stand. The exhibits are those documents, objects, or photos that the court admits into evidence. You will have most of the exhibits with you in the jury room while you deliberate. However, there are some exhibits that cannot be sent to the jury room, so it will be important that you pay close attention to all of the exhibits admitted during the trial. I caution you that what the lawyers say during a trial is not evidence. Also, anything that I might do or say is not evidence. I have no leanings at all in these cases. My only interest is to have the cases tried fairly and according to the law and the constitutions of the state and of the United States. You are the exclusive judges of the witnesses' credibility. That is, you decide the truthfulness and reasonableness of their testimony. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. You have the duty to decide what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should lay aside any preconceived.
Being that this is 7 hours long, I'm sure there's a lot of breaks, so there'll be breaks in it. So it's not probably 7 hours, probably like 5.5 or so. Yeah, we're gonna be on this for a minute, and then there'll be day 2 will be tomorrow. So yeah, because it's not a weekend, so probably be listening to this for the next couple days.
Notions and not decide a witness's credibility until the witness has testified. Rules of law govern what the court admits into evidence. If an attorney objects to the admission of evidence, then I must rule on the objection and decide whether you can.
Probably not tonight. Like, we'll probably get through a couple hours of it.
Consider such evidence.
I'm not going to listen to 7 hours.
You should understand that there are 2 ways that I can respond to an objection. If I say sustained, that means the evidence. That means that I granted the objection.
Once it gets into the trial, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about it because I kept up with this case pretty good when it first happened. But there's a lot of new evidence that they brought out in yesterday's part of it that we watched, that we listened to. So I'm sure I'll have a lot to say as it goes once it gets into the actual case.
And you should not consider the objected to evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I did not grant the objection and you may consider the objected to evidence. You should not infer or assume anything from either lawyer's objections or the court's rulings. During this trial, the court will have to consider some procedures outside your presence. When that occurs, I shall excuse you to the jury room for a time. During these periods, the court will do its best to handle the matter as promptly as the law permits. On the other hand, I will appreciate your patience when this occurs. Now, the procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides may make an opening statement to you. The opening statement is not evidence itself. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. However, it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to show. Following the opening statements, the state has the opportunity to present evidence to support the charges against the defendant. And the defendant has the opportunity, if she so elects, to present evidence in her defense. This part of a trial is called the party's case in chief. In the state's case in chief, the state calls its witnesses and introduces any exhibits. When these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the defendant. When the state has presented all of its evidence, the state will rest its case. Then, if the defendant elects to present any evidence, the defendant may call her witnesses and introduce her exhibits. Of course, when these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the state. However, the defendant has no duty to testify or present any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of the evidence, the attorneys may make a closing argument to you. At this time, the attorneys will try to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge or instruct you more specifically on the law that directly applies to this case. Then you will retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. This is not an exhaustive description of the criminal procedure, but hopefully it will give you an overview that will help you to understand the trial as it proceeds. It is your duty to follow any instructions that the court may give you during a case. Please remember to listen carefully to all the evidence. Don't jump to conclusions before the parties present all the evidence. Also, please remember that during a trial, it would be improper for you to discuss the case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or within your hearing. This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. Also, during a trial, you should not communicate with the parties, the attorneys, or any of the witnesses. Under this rule, you should not engage even in social greetings or small talk with anyone involved in this case. I've had situations where a juror saw a party or attorney in the parking lot during a break and was offended that the party or attorney did not speak back to the juror. They're not being rude. Please understand that these attorneys and parties should not speak with you as the trial progresses and will likely avoid speaking with you to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. So please do not take offense to the failure to speak with you as we go forward for the trial in the coming days. This procedure will protect you not only from wrongdoing, but from the appearance of wrongdoing. There is media coverage of this case, and you should be careful not to consider it. Be careful not to consider it. Do not visit any scenes depicted in the evidence. Do not independently research any law concerning this case. You are prohibited from, again, doing any research on the internet. Can you tell how important it is? I keep saying it. It's here for a reason. So I've said it several times now. It is important that you consider only the evidence that you hear and see within the courtroom. That concludes my preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
Thank you.
That took 40 minutes to get to the opening statement. Holy crap. Holy crap. It took a while. Oh, and I cuss when I want to cuss. Thank you. Tell me, because who the hell you think you are? My dad? My mom? Oh, shit. People.
This is coincided at about a year and a half old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful. And
This is only day one. Like, it's 7 hours long for day one. Like, this case will probably go a week or two. It's going to be maybe not a week or two, but it's going to take at least, I'd say it's going to go at least 5 to 8 days, more than likely, for this case.
like all children, he was totally defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life.
This is the kid that I'll show you guys as it goes. I'll show you some of the stuff that pops up. This is the kid that lost his life because his mom put him in a dumpster, and after she unalived him. Sad.
To take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash.
Yep.
She would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child was missing. Now, the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence.
I already listened to the opening statements, so I think we can skip past all this. But let me jump to her person, and if he says the same thing that was said, yeah, we did. Okay. So what's this? So we can jump through.
Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't
it's kinda
intend
sad.
to speak nearly as long as Mr.
Okay, yeah.
Dean did.
So I already watched all this. So we're gonna. I wish I'd have knew that. We'd have jumped it all the way up here, fucking at the beginning. We listened to the open statement on my video the other day. Okay, so this should be right, maybe right here, because it looks like they went to lunch, and it looks like they come back right here. This part is silent, and I'm assuming because whatever they're talking about, they can't say it. Like, it's something that's being said that can't be said, or their camera's not working right. Which is also a possibility. Well, by jumping up here, I jumped to like 4 hours, so now there's only like 3 hours left of the... I didn't realize the opening statement was going to come on this video. I thought they already did that, and now it was the new thing, but they just put the opening statement at the beginning. And I don't want to listen to that all again. I already listened to the opening statement once. So come on, get to the trial. I got to go back a little bit, I guess, because I don't know who this is. Go back. We'll just let it play from here because I want to know who the defendant is. Like they're swearing in a defendant, but I didn't hear who the defendant was. Right now, it's just silent. There ain't nobody saying anything right now. I think it's getting ready to start. She's up doing some fake crying. Well, she's done quite a bit already. She didn't cry one time during the 2 weeks or so before she got arrested. She went and partied with her mother, went and got drunk. There's multiple videos of that before she got arrested. Like, she didn't cry at all. Not one tear shed during that whole time. Now she's faking it in court. I think it's getting ready to start. Maybe another 30 or 40 seconds. Because they're not saying anything right now. She's going to get some help, but it's not going to be mental help. It's going to be prison help, and people in prison don't like people that done what she. People in prison don't like people that did stuff to kids. So her prison life is going to be miserable if she ends up losing this trial, and I believe she will. It's not going to go well for her. They're still not talking yet. They're just standing. They're still just standing there. I think we're maybe getting ready to start now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break.
Yes, ma'am.
And I trust that you are all able to comply with my instructions not to research the case and not to discuss the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All right. And for the record, everyone has either nodded their heads or responded yes. And with that, we're ready to get started. Mr. Dean.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Bobby Stewart. Sergeant Bobby Stewart is who we're getting first. Which, if I remember correctly, when it first started going, getting freaking big on YouTube and shit. If I remember correctly. And I think it changed to somebody in the FBI later. It started with him and then it changed to the FBI.
Raise your right hand. We have mentioned to the court and the jury about this issue, so you keep the whole truth with the truth, probably not.
So if he talks real soft, guys, I can't turn it up anymore. Like, I got it on like 80, and I think my mom and my daughter are both in bed, so I'm not going to turn it up any louder. So hopefully he speaks in the mic clearly so we all can hear it, hopefully.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Bobby Stewart.
And it's Stewart, S-T-E-W-A-R-T.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a sergeant with Chatham County Police Department.
That's the uniform?
You can hear pretty good.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
Probably about 34 and a half years.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the police department specifically?
Quite a while. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but it's been quite a while.
Now, what is your current position?
I'm a patrol sergeant, A-Watch.
What is A-Watch?
A-Watch is, we have different watches. We have A-Watch, C-Watch, D-Watch, and C-Watch, A, B, and C, and D.
And are these different shifts?
Yes, sir. Different shifts.
What are the hours for A-Watch?
A-Watch, the hours now today is 6 to 6. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's essentially the daytime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your position?
I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. That gives you guys about 5 minutes. If you need to use the bathroom. Coming. Where's he at? You didn't know I didn't think about it this time, so you have tartar sauce on it. Yeah, so it's on there. I think all they give you on that is tartar sauce, a half a piece of cheese.
I like tartar sauce.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I'm like that.
I know why you're like that.
Why?
Because what Johnny told you when we were younger that he in the
No, I thought it was a bucket. Yeah. Maybe that is.
That's probably why.
But I've been watching TV.
But it's in there whenever you're ready for it.
Right now, I have to
The cat was in the Christmas tree, like literally. I can see his head peeking out of the Christmas tree. So you got a whooping. He's not very happy.
The patrol sergeant for AWATS, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are your responsibilities in that role?
My responsibility is for during the day, the shift that we on. I'm responsible for doing the briefing. At the beginning of the shift, I assign officers to divisions in Chatham County.
Okay. And I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October 5th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on that day?
Patrolling.
Okay. Any particular precinct or area?
I was in the West Chatham precinct of Chatham Parkway.
And were you the sergeant over all the patrol officers assigned to the West Chatham precinct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of them were there at that point? Patrol officers on the west side?
It should be a total 7 or 8 that day.
Okay. Now, at some point on that day, on the morning of October 5th, did you respond to a call for service originating from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you out there?
Missing child.
Now, when you to a particular location on a particular call, do you yourself hear the 911 call?
You talking about on the radio?
Yes. Do you hear the 911 call that was made, or are you just getting a call from a dispatcher?
No, sir. I don't hear what was said when the person calls in.
Okay.
The only thing I get is the dispatch, what the dispatch tells us.
And the word from dispatch initially was it's a missing child call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you go to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you get there?
I was in my marked patrol vehicle. Drove there. I think if I'm not mistaken, I went down Chatham Parkway.
And what? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chatham Parkway to Gorod Avenue to Buckhalter Road.
And,
Surrey, like a single family dwelling.
okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you look through that and tell us what it is, please?
It's it would be to the east of Highway 17 on Buckhalter Road, which is off of Gorod Avenue.
Well, I just mean, what is the document in front of you, State's Exhibit 1? It's more than one page, is it not?
Oh, yes, sir. It is.
Okay. And what is it?
It's a little like maps off of Google.
And do those maps accurately reflect the location of this residence in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
I think I've already seen it, Jeff.
Yes, Mr. Hilliard, just make sure you speak loud enough so that Ms. Nally can capture your words.
I'm just gonna look through several of them. I think I've already seen them, Judge. I just want to make sure. Yes, ma'am. No objection. I've already seen all of them.
State's Exhibit 1, is it?
Your Honor, may I now publish these on the screens?
Yes.
If they show the screen, I'll pick it up and show you guys what they're doing.
I'm on slide 1 here of State's Exhibit 1. This is the, I guess, Savannah, Chatham County metro area.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this this map?
Hold on, my brother's messaging me. See what he wants real quick. Here, let me show you guys what they're showing here. A map. A map. I'm assuming this is where the house is. And these are going to be different locations. Like one of those has got to probably be where the trailer park was, where the drug dealer is, and the Circle K, which all play a role in this case at certain times. So.
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you step there and just point to us where that is? Okay. The red pin just to the left of Garrard Avenue.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So I was right. I was like, I think the red pin is where the house is, and that is where the house was, guys.
Yeah. Moving on to slide 2, this is a beat map of Chatham County Police Department beat 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beat 7 is further broken down into a number of neighborhoods, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this map as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is it marked by?
It is marked by Buckhalter and Garrard Avenue.
Is it that red pin there that we see?
That is correct.
Yeah, I deleted that live. It's not on there anymore. It's all good. I don't care if people get my number, they get my number. My text now numbers and all my videos that are over a minute, so people can text me if they want. My text now numbers in all my videos over a minute. So if people want to text me, they can text me.
Correct.
Okay. And 535 Buckhalter then would be in the Garrard Buckhalter neighborhood.
I didn't take that live down.
Correct.
Okay. Now moving to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
Slide 3 showing Buckhalter Road. It's also showing residence where we responded to.
Okay, and that's marked by the red pin there?
That's correct, sir.
And finally, slide 4, what are we looking at here?
Let me show you guys this one. This is above the house where it happened at. Let me show you. I know my camera sucks, but you guys got to get a little bit of the idea of what it looks like if I stay still. But that's the house right here. And they tore this pole up and filled it in during this case because they thought maybe the baby fell in the pool. But that didn't happen, so.
Slide is another photo of the residence, but it's a closer photo.
Okay. Now, when you responded to this resident, you mentioned you showed up in your patrol car. Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway just outside the gate.
Okay, so the jurors can't see what you're pointing at on that picture, so you can just step down and tell us where you parked.
This is the driveway here. I came in and I stopped just short of the gate.
Okay.
This is the gate.
And you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And when you arrived, were there any other officers with you?
Yes, sir.
And who were those?
There was two other officers that came in behind me. Corporal Jackson was one, and the other also I think was Voss.
Okay. Daniel Voss?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Philip Gormley? Was he there as well?
He came in right behind him.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you make contact with the defendant?
Just as I walked through the gate, they were walking towards the gate.
And who's they?
I saw a female, the lady sitting there with the glasses.
Okay, the witnesses identified the defendant. And what other, aside from police officers, what other people were on scene at the time that you arrived?
Myself. You talking about officers, sir?
No, other than police officers, what other people were on
The
scene?
people that I saw the young lady there. I saw a male subject, which I later found out was her boyfriend. And there was a little small child. And there was one more person standing back behind her.
Okay.
I think that was her brother.
Her brother?
I think it was her brother.
Okay. And was there also a person there who was identified to you as a babysitter?
Yes, sir.
And her daughter?
Yes, sir. She walked up behind me.
Okay.
When I got there and walked around front.
Okay. Anyone else there that you remember who was there on arrival?
No.
Okay. Now, how did your initial contact with the defendant play out in the driveway right inside the gate there?
When I got there, she was walking towards me. She got to me and I asked her, "What's going on?" And
what did she say?
She told me that the child was missing.
Did she say when she had become aware of that?
Earlier that morning. If I'm not mistaken, I think she said around 6, I think, or something like that earlier when she had got up.
Okay. Wait, 6 was for when she got up or when the child might have gone missing? Do you remember?
I think she said when she woke up, she was looking for the child wasn't there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you about the door, the front door?
Yes, sir. She said when she woke up, the door was open, the front door to the house.
And the child was gone?
And the child was gone.
Okay. While you were there talking to her about this, did she cast suspicion on anybody who might have been responsible for the disappearance of her child?
Yes, sir, she did. She said she think that her ex might have took the child. And if I'm not mistaken, she said that was the child's father, I think.
Okay. So she said that the child's father might have taken it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as the senior man on scene, you were the senior man initially, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you've got this initial story, what do you then shift her into doing?
Well, we shifted gears and I asked her what was the last place she saw him. And she told me in the bed there. And then the front door, we assumed by him going out the front door. If he went out the front door, then it could have been the front yard. And then there was woods behind the house. And there was the roadway of Buckholder Road, which passed in front of the house and went south. So you could south of the house and then north of the house.
Did you task out some officers to search the house itself?
Yes, I did, sir. While I was talking to her, I asked her, did they search the house and look for him? She said yes. So I said, well, we're going to search it again. So I sent 2 officers in the house.
Do you remember which 2?
I think it was Gormley and I think Jefferson.
Okay. And did they go do that?
Yes, sir.
And what was, you mentioned Daniel Voss was one of the initial lot there with you. What was his role?
He was talking to the lady.
Okay. Did you, at any point, did you call other officers out beyond the initial 4, you, Gormley, Jepson, and Voss?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you want additional officers there for?
To aid in the search of the area. It was quite a big size area. And once they started arriving, I had officers check to the south of the residence, down to Veterans Parkway, and also had officers check to the north of the residence, up to Broad Avenue.
Now, you had officers canvassing the area looking for the boy himself, right?
Yes, sir.
And what else did you have them go out and look for?
I advised them to check the residence as they was checking the area to see if there was any cameras.
Okay, like Ring doorbell cameras and
Yes, sir.
things like that. So you had people out doing that.
Yes, sir.
And did you also have them canvassing for witnesses, potential people who might have seen the child either on his own or with somebody else?
Yes, we told them to knock on the doors and try to make contact with the people that live there, see if they knew anything.
So the initial effort focuses on searching the house and searching the general area around the house, if I'm understanding you. Did you yourself personally search any particular area?
I did.
And can you tell us about that?
While I was standing just inside the gate, the backyard area, there was an open shed to the right. It had an RV. We walked over in that area, me and another officer, and checked it. And we left there and went. There was a shop directly behind the house. We checked that area, but it was locked up. We inquired about a key, but they said there was the gentleman who had the key to it wasn't there. So we searched around it, looked at behind the stuff that was there. Nothing.
Okay. So you weren't able to get into the RV initially because of lack of a key?
Correct.
Okay. Did the officers that showed up to help with the search efforts, where did they come from?
There was other officers that was assigned to my team that day.
Okay. The same beat 7 or different beats?
No, sir. They was from beat 8 and beat 9.
Okay. Those are other patrol areas in the West Chatham area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have other officers kind of flooding in from other places to help out?
Yes, sir. When you have a missing child, you call everybody over.
Okay. Now, at any point during your response, were you involved in making any follow-up on this claim by the defendant that perhaps the boy's father was responsible?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that, please?
While I was, myself and Officer Boss was there, I asked the lady if she knew where he lived.
You asked what lady?
The lady here with the black glasses.
Okay. You asked the defendant whether she knew where whom lived?
The ex.
Okay. The boy's father?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She told me a county. I wrote it all down. She told me where he lived at. She gave me the county that he lived in. So what I did is I contacted that police department that's in that county.
And what did you ask them to do?
I advised them who I was looking for, gave them the name that I was looking for, and asked them did they know of him. And while I was talking to her, she told me she didn't know the address, but she gave me some reference points.
What do you mean by that?
Like she told me there was some reference points. There was a store. She told me the name of the store, and I think she said it was a little campground or something. But she told me the name of it, and it was a large sign there. So I gave that information to the.
Damn cat getting into something again. Fuck. Coming. What? Damn cat. It's a kitten, so you want to be nice to it a little bit, but damn, it's fucking not learning real fast. Keeps tearing down the tree, the Christmas tree. Little fucker.
Also, who called me back from the county.
Okay.
He told me, I think I know what that is.
All right, so you said she gave you some reference points of like businesses near where the boy's father lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay, to kind of walk you on to the general area?
That's correct.
Okay, and was there any result from that while you were out there?
The officer that
I'm going to instruct you not to tell the court anything that someone else said.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Was calling that information out to the county in question, was that the end of your personal involvement in the follow-up on the suggestion that the boy's father might have had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point, did any of your superiors show up?
Yes, sir.
And who was the first one?
Lieutenant Foster.
And where is he in relation to you in the chain of command, the rank structure?
He's my lieutenant for that watch.
Okay. About how long did you get there after you arrived?
It was pretty quick because once I got the initial information about what was going on, and the standard is to you contact the lieutenant and advise him what you have.
Okay. And did he come out and become the senior man on scene after a little while?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody else from the Chatham County Police Department command staff show up?
Yes, sir. There was the detective showed up. There was the assistant chief showed up. There was the detectives, lieutenant captains. They all showed up.
Okay. Do you remember who was first on scene for the detectives?
I think it was Detective Lemons. I think that was the first person I made contact with. Talked to.
Okay.
There was other detectives there.
Did Detective Wilkins come out?
Yes.
What about Detective Noble?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. At any point, was there a response by a canine tracking team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Where were they from?
They requested there was a county to the south of Chatham County, and they came in. They called it. I think it was around Reedsville.
And when they arrived, what did they do?
They came in. They was in the front yard, and they was talking to the lieutenant. And I guess after that, they went and did a search.
Now, you mentioned that detectives showed up after some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the detectives show up, who's in control of the scene?
The detectives.
Okay, so at that point, they took control and sort of relieved the patrol officers of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long were you at the scene total?
It was quite a while. Probably, I would say probably about 2 hours.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant, her boyfriend, and her brother were present at the scene when you arrived, right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, at some point, were they transported to headquarters for questioning?
They were.
And were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir. A couple of my units were. They assisted the detectives.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, after your involvement at the scene concluded, any other organized searches for the missing child?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Once I left Buckholder Road, I was advised to go to the church. There's a church that's located on the corner of Garrard Avenue and Lewis Mills Boulevard.
And what was happening at the church?
At the church, it was having other resources come in to do the search. Other officers were coming in, and I think they had a civilian search team that came in.
Okay, what do you mean by other resources coming in to do the search?
When they have something, and when they have events where they have missing children, they are calling in other agencies and ask for assistance. Sheriff Department, and then you just have a lot of other people come in and help us aid with the search.
And when did that search take place, and how long did it last?
It took place right after I left Buckhall. It came down. All the unions started coming in. And I think we had a representative from SEMA that was there too.
SEMA being Chatham Emergency Management
Yes, sir.
Agency or Authority or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many people were involved in this search that you're talking about that originated at the church?
I would say it was probably about 50 people there.
And what were y'all doing?
Well, once they got them to the church, they briefed them on what was going on, and they briefed on the areas that they wanted to search.
Okay. And what happened after that?
And once that was over, they broke up in groups and they searched the area.
Everybody had a particular area that they were responsible
Yes,
for?
sir.
And how long were you doing that for?
I would say probably another hour and a half.
Okay. What time of day are we at this point, roughly?
It's getting dark. It's late afternoon.
Okay. And when had you initially arrived?
To the church, where?
To the residents in response to the initial call.
It was just a minute.
Sure.
9:42.
Now, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located on your body?
Right in my chest area.
And is that thing always running, or do you have to turn it on?
Yes, sir, it's on. We require, once you get on a call, it has to be on before we get out of the vehicle.
Okay. So how do you turn it on before you get out of the vehicle?
There's a round button in the center. You tap it twice and it activates it.
And did you do that upon arrival in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were your interactions with the defendant that you've described captured on body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And were the arrivals of some of these other officers captured on your body-worn camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you an envelope marked as States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I signed it. I wrote my name and everything in front of it.
And that's an envelope, a sealed envelope?
Yes, it's sealed.
What's inside of there?
It feels like it's a memory stick.
Okay. Is it a flash drive containing your body-worn camera footage from that day?
That's what it feels like.
Okay, and you've reviewed that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your response to 535 Buckhalter in response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as States Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Admitted.
And I would like to just publish a little bit from the beginning.
Ooh, that was loud as hell.
Unfortunately, I need to take a moment to see what's going on with the tech.
Okay. So part of me to take this opportunity to short break, 10 minutes.
The time now is 1:10. Let's come back. Is it 1:10 or 2:10?
All right, let's skip past the break. All right.
Okay, so we are back on the record. I understand technical difficulties have been overcome. Okay, so Mr. Dean, you ready?
After unplugging it and plugging it back in again, you're ready.
That often helps, and
Scientific method.
that is the only method I know, the unplug and plug back. Okay, so Mr. Hilliard, you're ready?
We're ready.
Okay, let's bring the jury.
Jurors entering.
So far, day one on here has been kind of boring.
All present, Judge.
All right, thank you, Deputy Solomon. Please have a seat.
Them jury seats
And
suck.
Mr. Dean, you may begin.
They're not comfortable.
I'm going to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 by playing from the very beginning of this video file, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
All right, let me make it where you guys can see it, because otherwise, what the heck, you're not going to know what's going on at all.
So I've stopped the playback at 9:54:45 on the timestamp in the top right corner. Now, Sergeant Stewart, that timestamp in the top right corner of the frame, does that reflect the time of day it is?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier about what time you responded, what time you got there, and I think you were testifying from memory at that point. But what does this video file reflect here in the top right corner is when you arrived and made contact with the defendant?
9:54 a.m.
Okay, 9:54. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of what you see when you first walk past the gate.
Just one or a whole stack of them?
There's a stack.
Okay. Now, are those still frames drawn from your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the events that they're concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 3.
I think I've already seen it before.
Yes.
Numbers 1 through 27.
Is that how many it is? I've seen these guys around with the
Okay. And I understand that Exhibit 3 is a composite exhibit.
It is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Admit it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may I be seated to scroll through these and question ones? Thank you. Now, Sergeant Stewart, mainly these images depict different people and when they arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just go through these in order. This first slide has 9:54 and 28 seconds in the top right corner. And we can see the defendant walking down the driveway towards you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is your initial arrival.
Yes, sir.
This next slide is shortly thereafter when she begins talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, slide 3, who is the gentleman on the far left? And you can look up on the screen, I think. Might be easier for you.
You said the far left?
Far left of this image.
That's Corporal Jepson.
Okay.
The officer.
Moving on to the next slide. Who is that immediately to the right of Jepson that we see there with his hands on his body armor?
That looks like Officer Gormley.
Okay, so that would be Gormley.
Yes, sir.
And then to the right of Gormley, who is that with the notepad in his hand talking to the defendant?
Officer Voss.
Officer Voss. Okay. So these pictures that we've looked at, these all depict the people who were there initially, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to slide 5. This is what time?
9:58:33.
So this is within just a few minutes of your arrival.
Yes, sir.
And who is the gentleman with no shirt there in the middle?
I think that's our brother.
Okay. And then the woman to the right in the image standing alongside the white vehicle, would that be the babysitter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's difficult to make out in this picture, but is her daughter standing right on the other side of her?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time is this next slide?
10:08:58.
All right, so how long after your initial response would this be?
14 minutes.
Okay. And who's that in the middle? Is that Officer Voss still?
Facing away from me is Officer Voss.
Okay. And who is that looking towards you?
That is Officer Carson.
Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Now, has she arrived since the initial response?
Yes.
And what was her role there?
She was tasked to do a search.
Okay, so is she one of the officers that you tasked out to look elsewhere?
That's correct, sir.
Now, who is this gentleman?
Lieutenant Foster.
And does this slide depict the approximate time of his arrival on scene?
Yes, sir.
And that is 11 minutes after 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be about 15 minutes or so into your response.
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, is that Corporal Jepson on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Not the far left, but the person that we see right there.
Corporal Jepson.
And who's that in the middle?
Officer Zerke.
Zerke?
Yes, sir.
And where did she come from?
From Beat 8,
And
Georgetown area.
Say again?
Beat 8, Georgetown area.
And what was her role once she arrived at the scene?
She was tasked to search the area.
The next slide, we're at 16 minutes after 10. Who is this here?
It looks like Officer Naranjo.
Naranjo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did he come from?
He came from, I think, Beat 9.
Okay. And what was his role?
To search the area.
Now, in this next slide on the far left, is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
And who are those other two police officers?
That is Corporal Ean, the one facing me. And I think that is his trainee.
Okay. And what was his name?
I think it's Laurel Stewart, I think.
Okay. And did they show up to search as well?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide, this is at 10:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be just under half an hour into your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is this that we're looking at here?
It is Latoya Brown. Miss
Say
Brown.
again?
Miss Brown.
Okay. Latoya Brown? did
Yes,
you
sir.
say? Okay, and what is her role with the Chatham County Police Department?
She was a CRO.
What is a CRO?
She goes around and take non-emergency calls.
She goes around-
makes reports when people want to report this, whereas it doesn't require a police officer to go out and take like a theft or something like that. She goes out and take a.
Community resource officer. CRO.
Okay.
And what was her role at the scene?
She was requested there to come in to keep up with the notes, be a scribe.
Okay, a scribe?
Yes, sir. That's what was told to me, scribe. But to me, she was just there to take notes.
Okay, notes on what?
What was going on, who came in, what was said.
Okay. Now, the next slide, we're at 10:44, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about 50 minutes after you've gotten there yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster in the middle?
It is.
Who is that in the dark colored jacket there standing next to him?
I think that's one of the detectives.
Do you know which one that is?
No, sir.
You don't know off the top of your head?
Not on my head.
What is happening between the two of them?
I think the lieutenant's explaining to him about the incident that's going on out there.
Okay. Explaining what about it? Just
Telling
what
them
information y'all have to this
what-
point?
Yeah, so what information he has. I briefed him when he got there, what I had found out.
You briefed him?
The lieutenant.
Okay.
And then that's probably what the lieutenant's briefing him about what we found.
Okay. So you would brief Lieutenant Foster when he shows up, and then Lieutenant Foster briefs the detectives?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the next slide, who is that in the tan pants and blue shirt arriving at the scene?
A detective. I think that's detective. I think it's Noble. I think that's his name, Noble.
Okay, so that's Noble. In the next slide, who is this?
Lieutenant Thompson.
In the next slide, whose face are we looking at there?
Assistant Chief Shoot.
And who is this in the next slide?
That is she's the lady that does the news releases and media releases.
Like a public information officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was she there for?
To cover the event. It was a missing child.
Were there news media present at this time?
Not that I know of. I hadn't seen it.
Did they ever show up to this scene that day?
They did.
Okay. That's why she was there to deal with them?
She would be the one dealing with the media, yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, the time is 11:51, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be almost 2 hours into the police response to this scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is that gentleman that we see there?
It's a Marine Patrol officer.
Say Marine Patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
They route the waterways around Chatham County.
Okay. Is he with the Chatham County Police Department or some other agency?
Yes, sir. He's with the police department.
Okay. Chatham County PD?
Yes, sir.
Specifically the Marine Patrol?
Yes, sir.
And why was he there?
He came out, like I said earlier, when we have a missing child, all resources in the department, if they can spare them, they send them.
Okay. In the next slide, who are we seeing here with the sport coat and striped shirt on?
Lieutenant Cheney, I'm sorry.
Okay. And what unit was he with at the time?
The detectives.
Okay. So he was a lieutenant with the detectives?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this next slide, it's noon now, right? 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're a little more than 2 hours in.
Yes, sir.
And who is that walking across the yard there?
That looks like Sergeant Coleman.
And what unit is Sergeant Coleman with?
Forensics.
Okay, so by this time, forensics is on the scene?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, 12:05, who is this that you're interacting with?
Assistant Chief Talbert.
And in the next slide, Do you see a number of police officers in blue and tan uniforms?
I think those are the people that are dealing with the K9, the search dogs.
Okay. And does this depict their arrival at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll move past this slide and move to the next one. What are we seeing in this slide?
You see detectives and forensics officers talking to each other.
Okay. They're in the driveway of the house next door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking over the investigation?
That's correct.
Now, the gentleman in the foreground of this photo closest to us, is that Lieutenant Cheney of the Criminal Investigations Division who you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
I'm talking about closest to us.
In the gray suit.
No, closest to us.
You got a face on this?
With his back to us.
Oh, that's yes, sir. That's Lieutenant Cheney.
So that's Lieutenant Cheney. And who is that in the gray suit in the middle?
That is Chief Hatley.
The Chief of Police for the Chatham County
Yes, sir.
Department. Who is that in the green shirt?
That is Captain Wright with the detectives unit.
Now, is it normal for multiple lieutenants, captain, and 2 assistant chiefs and the chief of police himself to show up to a call?
They show up on calls, how would you say, profile calls like murders, stuff like that. Missing children and stuff like that. When we do a lot of searching and calling in a lot of resources, they come out to.
Okay. So that component's important.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, what time are we at now here?
12:31.
And who is that we see in this slide?
I think it's Detective Lemons.
All right. And what is happening at this time?
This is the front door of the house. The door that they said it was open.
And what's going on?
I'm explaining to her from where I am what they told me and that showing her the area, the room.
She's taking a look in the room?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the last slide here, what time are we at here?
12:43.
All right, so this would be almost 3 hours after your original arrival.
Yes, sir.
You got there at 9:54, 12:43, almost 3 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are we seeing here? What is happening here?
That is Lieutenant Foster, Detective Lemon, Captain Wright, and that is Captain Bandrich. Let's see the other person.
And that's Detective Lemons on the far right.
Yes, sir.
And what is she doing?
I guess they all briefing about the case. They're talking to each other about the case.
Okay, talking about the plan to take
Yes, sir.
everybody to headquarters and conduct formal interviews.
I think that's what they was doing.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant's demeanor. Okay, I want to go back to when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you responded to missing children calls before?
Yes, sir.
About how many do you think you've responded to, if you had to estimate?
You want a number? I can't tell you the number. It's been quite a few, sir. Quite a few.
More than 10, less than 10?
Or more than 10.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to observe the demeanor of parents calling in that their child is missing and reaching out to the police for help?
Yes, sir.
What is it normally like?
Most of the time when we get to a residence where a child is missing, mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, what are you standing here for? Talking to me? You should be out looking for my child. You're wasting time. And they're so hysterical, a lot of times you can't talk to them.
Was the defendant like that in this case?
No, sir.
Did you view her demeanor as consistent with that of other parents that you've spoken to in missing children cases?
No, sir, I didn't.
Let me go back to the first
slide. Or I guess it's actually the second slide. Do you see this here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, does it look to you like the defendant is crying?
Looked like she's trying to cry.
Is that what it looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that she was actually crying? No.
I mean, there was some, you could see there was some water on her face, but it wasn't like I told you. She wasn't hysterical. She wasn't crying, just crying out. When you saw big tears coming out of her.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, in just a moment, Sergeant. Mr. Hilliard may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Stewart, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Sergeant Stewart, you were one of the first ones to respond on the scene that day, correct?
Yes, sir. One of them.
All right. And I'm curious, you said you have 35 years worth of experience in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, in your 35 years of experience in law enforcement and you arrive on the scene of a crime, what's one of the first things you've been trained to do?
Go up and make contact with the complainant.
And then what next?
Talk to him, find out what's going on.
Okay, and then what next?
If I need to call in other resources, I do.
Okay. Now, in a case like this where there may have been an abduction that took place or transpired, especially from inside the home, would you secure the scene?
Yes, sir. That's what we had other officers to do that.
Well, we'll get back to that in a minute. So you had officers do that. Which officers were doing that exactly?
Let's see who I had out there. I had quite a few officers out there that day, sir. I know I had Jepson was there after they had searched the house. He came down. And Gormley, he came down. And for you talking about security scene of the house?
Yeah. So isn't it normal routine that you secure the scene where there may be some forensic evidence for you to seize or look at?
That's correct.
Okay. And wouldn't securing that scene mean you prevent people from going in or out?
That's correct.
Okay. Wouldn't it also mean that when you send techs in to go ahead and secure or look or search or do something like that, they would actually be wearing gloves or have some sort of bodysuit on so they would not contaminate the scene?
Yeah, so you talk about the officers that went in and searched.
Talking about all of the officers that were out there. It seemed like you had an ungodly amount of people out there that day.
That's correct.
Okay. You have still have State's Exhibit in front of you?
Which
State's
one?
Exhibit 3?
This one.
Can I approach this?
Oh, this one. Okay, I got it.
It's the big exhibit with 27 pictures. Okay, you got 27 pictures here in front of you that Mr. Dean just meticulously went over with, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number one. Number one was the first one, 954, right? This was literally as you drove up on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your body camera operating at that point in time?
It was.
Okay, and this is a still of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, wouldn't the best evidence of that interaction, rather than your conclusion, be the actual video of that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, so you arrive on the scene at 9:54 that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have an interaction. This is what we're looking at in this particular photograph, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, rather than your conclusion being what they put in front of this jury, wouldn't the actual video from that body-worn camera be a better indicator of what actually transpired?
Of what I saw?
Right. But that's not what Mr. Dean offered, was it? He offered your conclusion, correct?
He asked me what I thought.
Right. So let's go to the next one. Picture number 2. Same thing. Rather than the actual evidence, he offered your conclusion, correct?
Objection. Argument.
Sustained.
Let's talk about number 2. That's actually part of the video as well, is it not, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
And did Mr. Dean offer your actual video of that interaction? No, he didn't, did he?
Objection. I would ask that the witness be allowed to testify.
Well, he has to actually testify, Judge. I asked a question and it hung out there. He looked confused, so I'll withdraw it and rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Stewart, these are stills lifted from your body worn camera from that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the body worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good video footage, right?
That's correct.
That's the best evidence of what actually transpired that day, was it not?
Yes, sir.
I don't think it's argumentative.
You do have him on cross-examination. However, I think the point is you are asking the sergeant questions about technically best.
Can we?
Yeah. I'm gonna get that burrito since you said it had it. Leftovers? Like, I'm not gonna waste any of it. It's expensive. Too expensive to waste.
Yeah.
All right. Mom had a taco, or not a taco, but a taco and some chips left, and my daughter had biscuits and gravy left from yesterday's meal, and she didn't want it. And I was like, okay, I'll eat the leftovers because it's too expensive to let that shit go to waste. Anyways, back to this.
Evidence?
I'll rephrase it, Judge. What actually transpired was recorded on your video, correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Dean asked you to state your conclusion about that, correct?
He asked me that I think about this and think I
Right. So, didn't play the video, did he?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on. Look at picture 4. These 3 particular officers, were these officers there to search?
Yes, sir, they were.
Did they search?
They searched the house.
They went in the house? And I'm just curious, was that before or after this picture?
After.
Okay. Did they don any particular gloves or clothing or anything to protect the scene, or they just go in and search?
I couldn't tell you, sir, because I was standing here. I was not around the back door. They went in the house.
Well, but you know what you saw. Did you see them do that?
Here, no. When they went out of my sight, I don't know what they did.
Okay, well, let's parse this out a little bit then. Did you see them go to, say, I don't know, the back of their car and pull out some gloves?
Most officers carry gloves on their uniform, sir.
Did you see them carrying gloves?
I can't tell you what was in their pocket.
Okay. Well, all right. Did you see them put on any gloves?
I did not.
Did you see them come out and pull any gloves off?
I did not.
Okay. So you didn't see them grab any, didn't see them put any on, didn't see them pull any off, but you can't state conclusively that they didn't put any on.
I cannot tell you that.
Okay. Let's look at number 5. These particular 2 officers here, did you see them do that?
Mr. Hilliard, you're going to each exhibit from State's Exhibit 3. Do you mean for the photo to correspond on the screen?
Judge, I assume because they've already been tendered, the jury's going to have these.
They're going to have them.
So I really don't care whether they see it right now or not. But so Sergeant Stewart,
yes, sir.
These particular 2 officers, which 2 officers are these again?
Officer Voss and Corporal Jepson.
Same question to them. Did you watch them search?
Officer Voss, no. He stood there and talked to the complainant.
And how about the other officer?
Good night, Miller. Have a good night.
Corporal Jepson? No, sir. I did not see him search inside the house.
So neither one of them went inside the house?
Corporal Jepson did.
Okay. Did he put on gloves when he went in?
I can't tell you that, sir.
And let's go to picture 7. This is, I think it's one of the lieutenants, if I'm not mistaken. Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
Did he help in the search?
No, sir.
Okay. He stayed outside the whole time?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay. How about picture 8? These 2 officers. I think one of them Jepson. I don't know who the other one is.
Corporal Jepson and Officer Zerke.
Zerke. Did Zerke help on the search?
Outside of the house.
She searched outside?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's go look at picture number 9. That officer, which officer was that?
Officer Norano.
Okay. And same question for him. Did he help in the search?
He was outside.
Yes, and when you say outside, we're talking about out in the pool area, the RV, all of that area, correct?
Outside of the house.
Not inside the house.
No, sir. I never saw him inside the house. Never told him to go in there.
Now, and I'm curious, you said it's Miss Brown. She's a CRO, correct?
Yes, sir.
She arrived at 10:22, which is about 30 minutes after you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
A little bit more than 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, right at about 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
35, 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter. Does she normally come out and start taking notes for people?
Oh, no, she was requested to come out.
Who requested her? Just out of curiosity.
My lieutenant.
Your lieutenant requested the note taker. Okay. Now, so then the next picture is picture 12. It has a detective in it. Did the detective help search?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And picture 13, it looks like it's another Detective Noble, if I'm not mistaken. But is that Detective Noble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he help search?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What did he do then?
As far as I know, when he walked up, they was all talking, doing their detective stuff.
Now, and picture 14, I know I should know this officer. Which officer is that? Thompson. Then what was his duty?
He just came out to assist the lieutenant.
If you had to guess that day, how many people were out there from the time you got there at 9:45 or so to 12:45?
Quite a few people, sir.
A large number of people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you say it's an unusually large number of people?
No.
Okay. You said you've been doing this for 35 years. Look at picture 16.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination to call out the public information officer?
I can't tell you that, sir. I don't know. I didn't request it.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Okay. Is that something you would normally do?
No, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the rest of these pictures, over the course of the 3 hours you were there, is it safe to say that more and more and more and more people showed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And where did they focus their search at when they got there?
I don't know where they focused their search. I can tell you where I focused.
So where did you focus your search?
My search was the wooded area behind the house, the roadway south of the residence, and the roadway north of the residence. All the houses around that area.
Okay. Now, at what time did the media show up?
Don't know, sir. I didn't see the media.
How long were you there that day?
I was there for quite a while.
It's safe to say 6, 8, 9 hours easily?
At that house, I know it was more than 3 hours.
So you were at the house more than 3 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't call the media, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And that would not be something you would normally do either, would it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, who was it that called the canine search dogs?
That was something that Lieutenant did.
Right.
Lieutenant Foster.
How many, I'm just curious, Mr. Dean, how many missing child calls have you ever responded to?
Quite a few, sir. Over the time I've been.
10, 20?
I know it's been more than 10.
More than 10?
Yes, sir, it's been more than 10.
Less than 20?
I would think it's been more than 20.
Been more than 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had any specialized training in that area or no?
Searching for children? What area are you talking about?
I would say missing children's investigations.
We've got classes on it.
A class on it?
Some classes, yes, sir.
Some classes on it? Okay. And how long ago was that?
We haven't had anything recent. It's been a while.
10 years?
I think it's less than that.
5 years? 7 years?
I've said 5.
All right, now let's talk about when you originally got there. The people that were on scene when you got there was Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, Miss McCarta, and her daughter, correct? 4 adults.
Babysitter.
Excuse me?
The names you called last. Is that the babysitter?
The babysitter and her daughter.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 adults that you saw when you got there.
Yes, I think it was 4.
Okay. And I have a question for you. What was the first question you asked when you got there?
I asked her what was going on. What was happening? What's going on?
Right. And what were you told?
She told me her child was missing.
Okay. And now you made a distinction here, so I'm going to ask a very specific question. Did you ask if she had an idea of who may have taken the child, or if she had an idea of any suspects?
Well, she kept saying somebody took my child. So do you have an idea who?
Right. So you asked that question, which is a normal question, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's a normal question, right?
Yes,
And she responded to that question, correct? So nothing unusual about that. That's a normal question you'd ask.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Youngkin say anything to you?
He was saying something.
Objection.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm just asking if he said something to him. That's all.
You may proceed.
Right.
He was saying something.
Right. So Mr. Youngkin, you talked to him as well.
He was standing there when I was talking to the lady.
Right. So you were interacting with Mr. Youngkin, Miss McCarter, her daughter, and Miss Simon all at the same time. And they were all standing right there in front of each other.
The babysitter was, I don't think she was there when I was talking to the lady.
So you pulled them to the side?
No, it's just when I first walked in, I saw her boyfriend, and the little child.
Okay. So that picture, I guess, this right here is what you're describing with the exception of you can't see the child, right?
Correct.
Right? Okay. So, and was it a few minutes later when it was the babysitter and the daughter and them as well, correct?
That's correct. And also Boss was talking to her. I wasn't talking to him. I was standing back.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna put the. So when you hear my door shut, it's not me slamming it. It's for the next couple of months. It'll do it itself. Okay. Now I think I'm actually done with what I need to do. Maybe finish watching this. 2 more hours. Oh, there's coming up.
Did you write a report in this case, Sergeant Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to go back and review that report, would that report pretty much contain everything you listed right here, everything you testified to here today?
Pretty much.
That's all the question I have for this witness, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Any follow-up?
There you go.
All right, thank you. Sergeant,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
is there any reason this sergeant should not be excused?
There you go.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Cody Jepson.
Cody Jepson? I don't know who that is. I think that's another officer. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Make sure my chat's working still.
Please, raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Step this way.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Judge.
Mr. Dean.
Say it again?
I'm trying to do Mr. Dean.
Sorry.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Cody Jepson. Work with the Chatham County Police Department right now.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
About over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment at the Chatham County PD?
Just basic routine patrol.
When did you join the police department?
Chatham or just in general?
But were you with any other police department before Chatham County?
Started with Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department back in October of 2016.
And is that before the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department split into the Savannah Police Department? And
correct, it was still at a merged department at the time.
Okay. So after the demerger, you went with Chatham County Police?
A few months after the demerger, went over to Chatham County PD.
Did you serve in the military before joining the police force?
I did, sir.
And can you tell us your branch of service?
I was in the Army.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
Cavalry Scout, which is basic reconnaissance, 2-3-man mission teams, go out, seek, and inform.
And what years were you on active duty in the Army?
From 2003 to 2015.
Sometime not too long before you joined the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your current assignment, did you say? Did you say what watch you're on?
I'm on routine patrol division on Alpha Watch on the west side Chatham precinct.
Alpha Watch is the same thing as A Watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that essentially the day shift or something like that?
It's just the call sign in general. You have 4 watches, Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, and it's just side Alpha Watch.
What hours do you typically work?
5:30 to 1700 on day shift, and then correction to 1800, and then 1730 to 06 on night shift.
Okay. What particular beat are you assigned to?
It's on numerical basis, and I'm in beat 7, which pretty much goes from Ageechee Road near 516 all the way up to the Berwick area, Lamarville, South Bridge, all the area right in between those two areas.
Does beat 7 include the Gerard Buckhalter neighborhood?
It does, sir.
I'm not saying Gerard right. Is it Gerard or Gerard?
Everyone pronounces it differently. Gerard, Garriard. I've heard it 15 different ways.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5 of 2022, specifically the morning of that day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in beat 7
Yes,
Alpha Watch that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond along with Sergeant Stewart, Officer Voss, and Officer Cornley to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys didn't all arrive in the same vehicle, did you?
No, sir.
But did you all arrive at substantially the same time, like within a few seconds of each other?
Sergeant Stewart was on scene first, and then myself and Officer Voss arrived right around the same time, and then Officer Gorman came a short time after.
Now, were you present in the driveway for the defendant, Ms. Simon's initial statement to Sergeant Stewart about what was going on and why they had called the police?
I came in right around that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sergeant Stewart task you out with looking in the house for the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you describe how that played out? What did you do?
After being tasked to go look around the house, I went inside with permission from I believe the boyfriend at the time, or the brother, one, two.
Up on the screen right now, it states Exhibit 3, Slide 2. Is that in the orange reflective vest there? The gentleman who gave you permission to search the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was in the backyard or back patio area. Asked permission to go inside the house, which he granted. And then after that, went in, and then basically on the first entry, just went through the downstairs area.
Okay. And did you find the child in the downstairs area?
No, sir.
Did you ever go back in the house and look anywhere else?
Yes.
Hey, can you tell us about that, please?
When we went back in the second time with Officer Gormley, we conducted a downstairs and upstairs search through all the bedroom closets, just the basic go around the house.
Now, when you were looking in the house on these two different occasions that you're talking about, what were you looking for?
Just for any signs of the child, diapers, anything that would kind of lead us to, or sounds to lead us to where a child may be.
First and foremost, you were looking for the child. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, at some point, did the fellow on the screen here in the orange reflective vest give you a picture of the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And why was that?
Just out of basic necessity, so we can give out to other officers, the PIO for the department, just a basic description of what the individual looks like, basic appearance.
And you mentioned the PIO. Is that the public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what would she do with a picture of a missing child?
I can't put it on social media for others to see.
See if anybody has seen it around?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, shortly after your initial arrival, did you approach the defendant and ask her for a clothing description, what the child had been wearing the last time he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And did she give one to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
It was a Sesame Street pajama top, and then I believe like a blue gym style shorts.
Okay. And did you have a body worn camera on that day?
I did.
And did it record that interaction?
Yes, sir.
And your other involvement at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived initially, and she approached Sergeant Stewart and gave this initial kind of blast of information.
Yep.
She said something to the effect of the door having been open, right?
Yep.
Did you go and look at the front door to see what it looked like?
I did.
And at some point after doing that, did you go ask for her, the defendant, for some clarification on what the exact state of the door was at the time that she woke?
Oh, shit. I mean, come on, KSI. Shut up already. Really? Hold on. Like, they literally just made KSI, Logan Paul, and Mr. Beast just made a Lunchable. That's what it is. A copy of Lunchable. That's what they named it something different. Lunchy or some shit. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. There's no difference. It looks the same. It's made the same. It's the same stuff. It's no different. But Tom Holland is making a beer that has no alcohol in it, but it tastes like a beer. Which, if you think about it, is a very smart idea because, let's be real, alcoholics love the taste of beer. But if you give them a non-alcoholic beer that tastes like a beer, you might be saving people's lives. But this is what KSI had to say about that. What happened to actors, man? I cannot say anything anymore. This is selling stuff for the sake of making money. Simple. How does this benefit your hands? It keeps people from dying. It keeps people from getting behind the wheel with alcohol. Actual alcohol in their system. It saves lives. But anyways, this is selling crap to people who don't know better and then to trust the people who are selling it to them. Really? Aren't you selling Lunchables that are the exact same thing as Lunchables? That you just renamed Lunchies that look the exact same as Lunchables? You're selling your fans crap. This ain't crap in my opinion. This actually, what Tom Holland is doing is going to save lives. Your Lunchables are going to kill young kids because it's not good for them what's in there. They're going to get fat like me. You're not helping anybody. But you're bitching at somebody that's helping somebody. Way to go, boring KSI that is too scared to fight Jake Paul. Like, comment, and share, guys. We'll see you out in the next video. Peace. KSI's an idiot.
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you go ask her for that clarification?
Just further knowledge, see if it was, really basically if it was kicked in, broken in, how was it opened, if it was locked, unlocked.
Did you see any of that stuff in the door frame, any damage or anything like that?
I did not, sir.
Okay.
Everything appeared as the door should be.
And other than those interactions with the defendant and searching through the house, what was the remainder of your involvement at the scene? What did it consist of?
So after the basic 15, 20 minutes there, did the two searches of the house. I was tasked to walk on try to search around the wooded area, believe, can't remember the cardinal direction. Pretty much behind the property and the wood line there going towards Veterans Parkway.
Did you find anything back there?
No, sir, no signs of any disturbance or evidence.
And were you eventually released by Sergeant Stewart or Lieutenant Foster to resume your normal patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 4 now, please.
Yes, Mr. Hilliard.
I've seen it, Judge.
Okay, so are you seeking to admit that? Yes, please.
I've just handed you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 4. Does that disc contain your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that's what's on it?
Reviewed the footage and then signed, initial, and dated.
And does the footage on that disc fairly and accurately depict the events that you were involved in at the scene that day?
Yes. No, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 4.
Objection.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish just a couple of brief excerpts, Your Honor. The first will be on the timestamp in the top right corner of the file from 09:58 and 2 seconds. And I will note for the record when I stop the playback, this will be about 20 seconds.
What was your son last one?
He was at Sesame Street, like the Dollar Street, I'm wearing black shorts. Black jean shorts.
All right. So I think I asked you earlier about the clothing description, and I recall you saying blue shorts. Having watched that, do you want to revise that answer?
Yeah, it was the red or black shorts.
Red.
I mean, I'm bad with colors just in general, but yeah, it was all shorts. So.
Okay. The next bit that I will publish is starting at 10:02:53.
How open was the door?
And I've stopped the playback at 10:03:14 per the timestamp. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Jackson, how long were you on scene that day?
I don't know an actual full-time amount.
Best guess.
I don't believe no more than an hour,
So you just out there for an hour?
give or take.
Okay. And again, but while you were there, you conducted 2 searches of the houses and at least 1 search of the wood line, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you searched in the house, did you go through the entire house?
Me and Gormley kind of broke it up. So I personally didn't go through the entire every inch of the house. but he took a little bit, I took a little bit.
What was the part you took then?
A little bit of the downstairs. I mean, it was a maze to begin with. So some of the downstairs, most of the downstairs, I'm not really too sure. And then a few bedrooms on the upstairs and closet.
All right, well, let's talk about the downstairs. The front door that you walk in is I guess that's the one that's facing Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk in, you immediately see the couch, the TV screen, and all that area, correct?
If you're walking in, you have the crib right next to the door. Then to the left, the couch, and the TV on the other side. Yes, sir.
All right. And if you walk further back into the house, does it go back around to another part of the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it come around to the back side of the house?
Eventually.
And how's that laid out? Is it a maze or?
Yeah, it was a complete maze on the inside. I know they're doing construction, so there's walls everywhere that kind of made you go left when you need to go right, kind of thing.
But let me ask you this. But I'm going to assume it's a normal house, right?
Yeah.
It has windows. And
yes, sir.
The front door is not the only door, is it?
No, sir.
And was there another door?
The back door.
And where does that back door go to?
To the pool back patio area.
Okay. And was that back door unlocked or open?
It was the door. It was open. It was unlocked. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whenever you went and I guess worked your way through the downstairs, did you notice anything of any importance?
At the time, no, sir.
Any contraband?
No, sir.
Any weapons?
No, sir.
Any, I guess, biological material?
I didn't see any, sir.
Okay. So, and you went through and searched the house twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go upstairs and search as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume you went outside and searched the outside areas as well, correct?
Yes, sir. And the woodline.
And were you the only one searching, or were there other people searching too?
There's a few of us. Are you talking about inside or outside?
Both.
I know me and Gormley did the inside. I can't say if anyone else came in looking after us. And then on the back, there's several officers looking through the woodline.
Okay. And again, I know you're only there for a short time, but I'm just talking about what you saw. But there were a number of officers searching both inside and out.
Yes, it is, Tammy. It was, I guess day one. It's yesterday still, but it's part two of yesterday's that I'm listening to.
Outside, correct? Yeah. Okay. And is it safe to say that over that period of time, as time wore on, more people came, or?
Yeah, more people. Officers came in.
So the numbers of people walking around doing the searching and in and out of the scene increased over the time you were there, not decreased?
Correct.
And if you remember, and if you don't, that's fine too. Had the forensic tech showed up yet, or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so these are all officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not forensic technicians or people who are trained to collect evidence?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Officer Jefferson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This is right here.
Just leave it right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we call the next witness, is everybody good? Okay. Yeah. I think I needed a break too. So let's break for 15 minutes. It's 3:15. Let's be back at 3:30.
Let's skip ahead, then we come back, and that's right here. All right.
Ready as well, Judge.
Okay, let the report that Simon is present with her counsel at table. We can bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering.
Okay.
To be fair, they only have two.
Is there only one in there? Okay.
There's 16.
I know. That's still pushing it.
Nothing's working overtime.
Okay, it went to silence for some reason. They're gonna come back in a second. I don't know why it went to silence. They're gonna come back in a second. Like they put it on silence. I didn't. So they must be talking about something that they don't want the public to know. So it should come back on in a second. Nobody's talking right now, so. I think one juror member was in the bathroom. I think that's what they're waiting on. They're going through these, like they've already done two, they've already brought up two plaintiffs already.
Deputy Solomon, you please have a seat.
They already brought up two plaintiffs already and went through their questioning pretty quickly. So I thought this case would probably take a week or two. And if they go at this rate, we could probably be done with this case in a couple days.
Thank you. I think everyone needed that break. And Mr. Dean, the state may call its next witness.
Sean Wilkins.
Sean Wilkins.
Which I believe he's another cop. Yeah, I know he's another cop. Otherwise, that I believe he is.
Please take the clip, raise your right hand. The evidence you should give the court and the jury the trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So let me know. Thank
you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Sean Wilkins, S-H-A-W-N. My last name is Wilkins, W-I-L-K-I-N-S.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir? Where do you live now?
Currently, I live in Uxbridge, Massachusetts.
Did you travel down here for this trial?
I did, yes.
Okay. And where are you from originally?
I am from Uxbridge, Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so you've gone home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm currently employed as a public safety officer for Bryant University.
Okay. And is that in Massachusetts?
That is in the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, got it. Were you previously a police department with the Chatham County Police Department? Or a police officer with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were the years that you were with the Chatham County Police?
If I recall correctly, I started in March of 2021 and ended in July of 2023.
So you've since left the department and moved back to your hometown?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. During your time with the Chatham County Police Department, what assignments or positions did you hold, in order if you can remember?
Yes, so I started off as a patrolman, graduating the academy. After about a year of service, I applied to the CID, the Detective Division, and I was granted the position, I believe in late September of 2022. And then I went back to patrol in February of 2023, where I remained until I left.
Now, you said the Detectives Division has an acronym CID. What does that stand for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So you mentioned you got to CID as a detective in, I think, September of 2022?
Yes, sir.
So as of October of 2022, were you working for the Chatham County Police Department as a detective?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, respond to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And do you see her sitting in the courtroom today?
That I do, yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing or where she's sitting, please?
She's currently in the table to the right of you, sitting down with the glasses on right there.
Witnesses identify the defendant. Now, were you first on the scene for the detectives?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the first detective to arrive there.
That is correct, yes.
A bunch of other police officers, but you're the first detective.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was the first thing you did? Did you walk right up there and start talking to her, or did you get some background, or what?
No, I did not. At first, when I arrived on scene, I believe I was briefed by Lieutenant Foster, just giving a short synopsis of what the call was about. And then I would say approximately 5 minutes after that is when I engaged in a conversation with the defendant.
Now, I'm displaying on the screen a slide from State's Exhibit 3, and I think it is slide 12, although the number's kind of difficult to make out. Do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, that is me.
That's you wearing the dark colored jacket?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster to your left in real life, but to the right in the photograph?
Yes, sir. That does appear to be Lieutenant Foster.
Now, would this image reflect the approximate time of your arrival at the scene and getting briefed by Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir. That is what appears to be happening. Yes.
All right. So going off of the timestamp, what time would that have been?
The timestamp reflects 10:44 a.m.
Does that sound right to you?
That does. Yes.
Okay. And you said it was only maybe 5 minutes after this that you spoke to the defendant?
I would say so, yes, sir.
And where was it that you talked to her?
If I do recall correctly, I had gone through the back gate to where the defendant was at the time.
Are you referring to the swimming pool area, patio area in the back?
Roughly.
Okay. Who was out there at the time?
I would say the defendant, her brother, Mr. Paul, and her fiance, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Did you separate the three of them to conduct your interviews?
I did, yes, sir.
You end up talking to all three of them on the scene?
Ultimately, yes. I did at one point or another speak to all three, yes.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you specifically about your interview with the defendant, okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her when the last time she had seen her child was?
That I did, yes, sir.
And what did she say to that?
If I recall correctly, the defendant explained that she had gone to bed at approximately midnight that evening. And yes, that is approximately midnight that evening.
And was she putting that out there as the last time she had seen her child, Quentin, I should say, the missing child, sometime before she...
When I had asked that question, I believe I did ask if she remembers putting Quentin down at that time, yes.
Okay. And did she tell you when she had woken up in the morning?
I believe she explained that she woke up at 9 a.m. that next morning.
So this initial interview with you, the first detective on scene, she's putting herself in bed around midnight. Last time she saw Quentin was before that, and has herself waking up at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Was your interview with the defendant audio recorded?
Yes, I did use an audio recording device for our interview on scene.
Did you have a body-worn camera at that time?
I don't believe I did at that time, no.
And is that because detectives didn't have body-worn cameras at that point?
Not normally. We did not wear body-worn cameras normally in our uniform.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 5?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what's on that disc?
I believe it is that audio recording from that morning with the defendant.
And have you listened to the contents of that disc, at least in part, to verify that's what it is?
Yes, sir. I have.
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with her at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence of State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 5, is it Mary?
All this evidence.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'll publish a brief portion from the beginning of this recording. I'm going to start at the very beginning of the recording, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee.
So when's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 on, but I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it.
That's not good. Maybe go over and ask him.
Not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check on my kids, and he was gone. All the rest were there.
Well, duh.
He was gone.
He was gone because you unalived him and put him in the trash can down the street.
It's all right. It's all right. Take some deep breaths.
That was actually a 34-second clip that I cut out of the larger file that was admitted, and I'll make it clear for the court reporter and the clerk at some point on the break what portion of the larger file was actually clipped.
Any issues with that?
No issues, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Now, did you go to headquarters that day for follow-on interviews with involving the defendant, Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And were you paired up with an FBI agent to participate in these interviews?
I was, yes.
And do you remember who you were paired up with?
I do have my report here, if I could look at that just to remember the name.
Sure, if that would refresh your memory.
Yes, I was paired up with FBI Special Agent Taylor Burns.
And who did you all interview of the three?
The defendant's brother, Paul.
Okay. Now, sometime over the coming days, were you asked to submit a request to Verizon for phone records associated with a phone number for a Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
There is a paper form that we were sent by the cell phone carrier in which I fill out the identifying information, such as the name that the number is registered to, the actual phone number, and I believe a time frame in which the records that we are requesting are needed.
And did you submit that request to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
And did they produce responsive records to you in response to that request?
Yes, sir, they did.
How do they give those to you? Do they mail them to you in the mail or email them or what?
I believe it was an email, sir.
Okay. And when you got those records, did you forward those to the lead investigator, Marion Lenz, who's here in court with us?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Just a few.
Mr. Wilkins, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I was employed as a police dispatcher in Holliston, Massachusetts for approximately 3 years. After that, in 2021 is when I was employed with the Chatham County Police Department for about 2.5 years.
So from like 2018 to 2021, you're a police dispatcher. I guess you moved down here and were
patrolman at that time.
Patrolman at Chatham County.
Yes, and then transitioned into a detective role in September of 2022.
And you were a detective from September and then went back to patrol in February?
That is correct, yes.
I was just curious. That's kind of a short time. Why?
I just didn't feel fulfilled, I guess, at in the detective unit.
So, and then when did you move back to Massachusetts?
So I left the detective unit in February of 2023 and was on patrol. And then I would say in July of 2023 is when I moved back to Massachusetts.
All right. So you've been up there about 15 months, a little bit more at this point in time.
I think that's fairly accurate.
You said you had a conversation with Ms. Simon at the patio area. And I believe Mr. Simon was there, Paul Simon was there, and was anyone else present?
I believe the defendant's fiance at the time, Daniel, was there. I don't remember how close in proximity he was, though.
Any children there?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Any children there?
I can't recall.
Okay. How about any other adults?
There were a few adults. I think I talked to them sparingly after the interviews with the three, but I can't recall their relation to the defendant off the top of my head.
And how long were you on the scene that day? We're talking October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you actually on scene that day at 535 Buckhalter Road?
From my arrival at 10:44 in the morning, I believe we didn't leave, if memory serves me correctly, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. Again, that's a ballpark estimate, though.
So at least 7 or 8 hours.
Roughly, yes, sir.
And when you did leave, my understanding is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand, but when you did leave 7 or 8 hours later, it was to go to the police station and conduct interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it wasn't like you just went home, you were there for 7 or 8 hours, and then you went and did an interview, correct?
No, sir. There was no downtime between leaving the scene and going to the station.
Right. And that's kind of what I was getting to. Now, while you were on the scene for those 7 or 8 hours, was it an increasing number of people that were arriving on the scene?
I would say more resources had arrived on scene in an attempt to find Quentin at that time, yes.
So the number of people kept going up during that 7 or 8 hour period?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this all of your involvement in the case, to the best of your recollection?
Outside of my initial on-scene interview with the defendant and the interview with Paul Simon and what Mr. Dean had asked me of the cell phone records, in terms of major involvement, yes. After that, I was moved to more of a supportive role, where I was just there to help as a body mostly.
Well, let me ask you this. On the day that you were there on October 5th, Did you conduct any of the searches on the house or anything like that while you were there?
Not any of the in-depth searches to my recollection. It was the interviews, conversations with the other detectives that had arrived on scene, and then the interviews shortly after.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Amen.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was quick.
The state may call its next witness.
Kiana Robbins.
Oh shit, it's not showing. Oh, it is. Okay.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Step this way now.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
It's Kiana, Keiana, Robbins, Robbins.
And where do you work?
With Chatham County Police Department.
What is your position there?
Currently a detective.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
6 years.
And did you work with any other police departments prior to starting with the Chatham County Police Department?
No, sir.
What assignments have you had at the Chatham County Police Department before becoming a detective?
I was on patrol for 3 years.
Okay. So that would put you joining the detectives
January of 2022.
January of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Now, were you on duty as a detective on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Where were you and what were you doing?
I was at the Islands Precinct, located at 54 Johnny Mercer Boulevard, in our detective's office at my desk.
Now, is that a ways away from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, it's about 30 minutes, give or take, 45.
Is that where your office is located?
Yes.
The Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
Is that where all the detectives' offices are located for the department, or are y'all spread out?
That's our main office. We don't have any other offices at any other precincts.
Okay, so the CID offices, if I'm understanding you correctly, are in the Islands Precinct on Johnny Mercer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you become involved at some point that day in the investigation of the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene yourself that day, 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
When roughly did you get there?
Around 6 o'clock, I believe, that evening, after getting a search warrant signed.
Okay, so you didn't go there till the evening, till after the search warrant was signed for your residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, earlier, before that, were you nevertheless still involved from your desk at the Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, were you asked, or did you just decide to run the defendant's name, Leilani Simon, and see whether there were any vehicles registered to her that you could see in your system?
I was asked by the detectives on scene.
Okay. And how did they ask you? Over the radio, cell phone, or what?
Through text.
Okay. So who was on the scene at that point and had asked you to do that, if you remember?
I believe it was Detective Noble and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. So one or both of them asked you to run her name and see about vehicle registration?
Yes, sir.
And did you see that any particular vehicle was registered to her?
I believe there was a Dodge Journey registered to her.
Do you remember the tag number for the Dodge Journey?
Yes, it was TEN930.
They're cooking boiled fish. Yeah. That's a little weird, but okay, especially late at night. But you seem to have some weird neighbors, so.
00.
And is that a Georgia tag?
Yes, sir.
One moment. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It appears to be a license plate reader from Flock.
Okay, a flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right, does it fairly and accurately depict what a typical flock camera looks like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 6.
No objection, Judge. I've already.
It's admitted.
And may I ask, rather than putting this up on the screen, if it could just be published by passing it to the jury?
That's fine, Judge.
And would the court like for me to do that, or would the court prefer that the deputy do that?
What does the state want this to do?
I'm fine.
Are these photos?
It's just a single photograph.
It's just one picture, Judge.
Thank you. Now, what is a flock camera and what is the flock system?
So essentially, it's a license plate reader that is stationed throughout different areas throughout the U.S. The Flock system is made only public to law enforcement agencies, so you have to have a username and a password through your agency to actually use the system.
And did you have that on October 5th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Roughly how many of these cameras are there scattered around Chatham County? Off the top of your head, I'm not looking for a firm number.
About 300.
Okay. And do you have access to the information from all of those?
Yes.
Do you have access to information from flock cameras in other places?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So essentially what it is the agency, say if we're here in Georgia, an agency in California can put us on their permissions list. And then what we can do is just add it or do what we call a hot list, which means say if there's a vehicle that you're looking for, if you have the tag, you can put it in the system and then it'll alert those individuals who are on the hot list. So I would have to, if if I'm the owner of the hot list, I can add you as a user to see what the vehicle and where it hits at.
Now, what do these cameras do when a car drives by and the license plate comes into the field of view of the camera?
It just takes a picture of the license plate and the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And are those images maintained in the Flock database that you have access to?
Yes, I think they hold for about 30 days.
Okay. And does it tell you the location of the camera that took the picture?
Yes, sir.
And you can see the picture itself?
Yes, sir.
Does it tell you the time that picture was taken by that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the ability to, after the fact, search for a particular tag number in the Flock database and see what, if any, cameras in the area or in other locations that you have permissions for the vehicle's tag has been photographed by?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you had this tag for the defendant's car, Georgia TEN 9300?
Yes, sir.
Did you look it up in the Flock system?
Yes.
Okay. October 5th, the morning of, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any results of note to you?
Yes, it showed that the vehicle hit multiple times from the late night of October 4th until the morning of October 5th.
All right. And so you were able to look at this and see, gosh, it looks like this car has been out driving around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that information, did you relay that to officers on scene?
Yes.
Who specifically do you remember relaying it to?
I contacted Lieutenant Foster.
Okay. And was he the on-scene commander at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you told him, hey, I'm seeing Flock hits late at night for this car?
Yes, and then I sent him a screenshot of my computer screen of the multiple hits on the Flock camera.
And how did you send that to him?
Through text message.
Okay. Had you just taken a picture of your computer screen with your phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sent that to him?
Yes.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
You mentioned going out to the residence after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Yes,
Who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
What do you have to do to get a search warrant?
You have to get the information you need from the detectives or whoever's on scene, essentially type up the search warrant and then submit it to your supervisor. The supervisor then approves or rejects it. Once it is approved, you would reach out to the judge who's on call or who's available. And then at that point, you send them the warrant. Once they find probable cause, and they'll sign it and then send it back to you to Cloud Gavel.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
All right, could you take a look at State's Exhibit 7, please? Is that a copy of the search warrant that you obtained for 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th?
Yes.
I would introduce this in as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You can make it.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Good to hear you.
Just one or two, Judge.
Detective Robbins, you secured the search warrant and you looked at the flock camera, and that was pretty much the beginning and end of your involvement in the case?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And did you ever respond to the scene that day or no?
To 535 Buckhalter?
Yes.
Yes, that evening around 6:00 p.m.
Yeah, and how long were you there?
Up until maybe 8 or 9, and then I went to the West Chatham Annex, which is where our property room is located.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, you need to redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. You are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
Eugene Foster.
So Dan, there's another one? I thought that was the last one. This is the last one.
Keep the clerk and raise your right hand, please. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury of the trial this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Eugene Foster. My first name is spelled Y-U-J-E-A-N. Last name is Foster, F-O-S-T-E-R.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
I currently live in Statesboro, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm a retired police lieutenant, and I am currently working full-time at International Paper.
What are you doing for International Paper?
I'm a chemical operator.
Okay. When did you retire as a police officer?
March of 2023, I retired.
And was that from the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any side jobs now in addition to International Paper?
Yes, sir. I guess I didn't have enough to do, so I work part-time at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office as a police instructor.
As a police instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of topics do you instruct on?
I'm a level 3 instructor, so pretty much any topic out there I can teach. I teach driving, use of force, firearms, defensive tactics, legal issues, everything.
Now, at the time that you retired from the Chatham County Police Department, how many years of service did you have as a police officer?
Almost 27 years.
And what departments were those almost 27 years spent with?
Oddly enough, in '96, I started with the Chatham County SO. And then,
The Sheriff's Office?
yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Chatham County Sheriff's Office. And then I laterally transferred to the original Chatham County Police Department. And then we merged with the City of Savannah Police Department, which became the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. And then in 2017, we had demerged and I went back with the Chatham County Police Department.
Now, I don't necessarily want to ask you about every assignment that you held during your career as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it's probably a lot of different things, correct?
Luckily, I was able to do various things.
Did you have, I guess, any experience as a detective specifically?
Yes, sir. For over 7 years, I was in detectives, and I was in auto vehicle theft, and then I went to violent crimes. I was in robbery, homicide, and during those 7 years, and I was also for a short period of time in an undercover unit.
Okay. And was that with the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department? That you
Yes,
did
sir.
Violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dealing with robberies and homicides?
Yes, sir.
So you've been a detective before and did it for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
All right. On October 5, 2022, were you working?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position and assignment at that point?
I was the West Side Watch Commander for the Chatham County Police Department.
And who was your immediate subordinate in that role?
At that time, it was Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Okay, so it goes Sergeant Stewart, and then next up the chain of command is you, Lieutenant Foster.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you at some point that morning respond to 535 Buckhalter in response to a missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were not the first on scene, were you?
No, it was not.
Who else was there at the time that you got there? And I'm not asking for names, just broadly speaking, who was there?
This part of the trial is kind of boring.
What was going on?
The initial officer was there, which again, I'm not sure which one it was. I'd have to go back and look. But Sergeant Stewart was already on scene. And when I got there, he started briefing me on what he had already initially found out.
Okay. So you show up and you get briefed by Sergeant Stewart. At that point, do you become the senior man on scene, the on-scene commander?
At that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you, the story that was given initially was that the defendant had woken up at around 9 and the front door was open, right?
That was what I was initially told, yes, sir.
Did you take a look at that door?
I did.
Can you tell us what you remember about that door, if anything?
I remember actually checking the function of the door and actually opening it and closing it. And I realized that it wasn't something that was easily open, and it wasn't necessarily a door that was quiet per se. When you open it, it made noises.
Are you describing like kind of a sticky door that you have to pull hard to open?
It required a little bit
Hard to open, whatever the case may be.
Yes, sir. It required a little bit of force.
Did you have any contact with Detective Kiana Robbins? Well, not necessarily at the scene, but while you were at the scene, did you have some form of contact with her?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, I got a phone call from her. And while I was trying to assess everything and trying to allocate resources to potentially figure out what happened, I got a call, at which time she told me that the defendant's vehicle was seen on the flock camera the night before, going down Ageechee Road and then coming back down Ageechee Road.
Now, did you do anything with that information once you had it?
Yes. Once I found that out, because I think when Sergeant Stewart briefly told me they had said that they had went to bed at a certain time the night before, I went back to her because then just kind of got a little feeling. So I went back and I asked her, I said, at any point did you ever leave the house for any reason? And then she told me no twice. She said, no, never left. I said, okay. I said, could maybe maybe you went somewhere and things? She said, no. So once she told me no, that kind of threw up another flag for me. I became concerned about that. And I remember talking to her in the backyard or back porch area. And I asked her, I said, could anyone, you sure you didn't leave the house? And then she said, oh, wait, I do remember I went up, I don't recall the address. It's the convenience store right in front of 4711 Ogeechee Road, which is the same mobile home park. She had said that she went up there to get some Orajel. And she said that she went up there and that then she tried to show me her phone. And she said, matter of fact, I went up there at such and such time and it's in my report, and I came back and I was back home at about 1:25. And the odd thing, because I remember asking her, could anybody have possibly followed you home or anything like that when you left? Because, you're claiming that somebody came and took your child. Could somebody possibly, maybe your ex-husband, somebody? She said, no, and that's when she told me about the Orajel. The concerning part about that to me was I've worked that area close to 27 years. That convenience store has never been open past midnight.
Now, Lieutenant have a body-worn camera on that day?
No, sir. It wasn't required not by our policy for me to have one.
And is that because, I guess as a lieutenant, you're not typically the one out there making first contact with a complainant or a suspect? So you just don't need it like a patrol officer does?
Correct. I'm usually after the fact.
Okay. But in any case, this last conversation that you're referring to, wherein she gave you the Orajel, the Chevron Orajel story or the convenience store Orajel story, was that captured on somebody's body worn camera?
I believe on one of my officers' body cams, yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you know what is on this disc?
This is the body-worn camera video of, if I remember correctly, EPO Corman.
Okay. And does that particular excerpt that's on that disc capture the exchange that you just described? The asking her again, hey, you sure you didn't go anywhere last night? And her telling you about this trip? KSI, the biggest clown in British Columbia, or wherever the hell he's from. He's a clown. Anyways, back to this. It's almost over. Giving you the story about what it's for. Is that what's on there?
It is, because I think APO Gormley was back there with the family when I came up. He was already back there. And I had asked her, I said, in any way did you ever leave the home the night before at any time and where somebody could have followed you back home and possibly come and took your child? And she said no. And then that's when she came and advised me of the incident to go get Orajel, and that's when she showed me her phone, tried to show me her phone, where the track of her phone, where she went, and she even told me exactly what time she came back home, and she was looking at her phone, and she told me 1:25 a.m. I was like, okay.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
When you had this exchange, whether it was captured on Gormley's body cam, this was on the patio in the back
pool area?
Yes, sir. It was actually on the back patio, back porch area right next to the pool.
And was it, the defendant was obviously there because she's the one that you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Was her boyfriend or fiance, Daniel Youngkin, there?
He was, and I believe so was her other children were there.
And what about her brother, Paul Simon? Is he there?
There was a family member, I don't know exactly what his name, because I don't remember talking to him, so if that was his name, it may have been, but I do remember there was another male family member there.
And what was Gormley doing? I mean, you mentioned that this was caught on his body cam. What was he doing back there with the three of them?
He was standing with them because I believe at that point I had already instructed the officers to research the house again, looking for Quentin, just to make sure that maybe he wasn't hiding anywhere or anything of that nature for this type of cases, just to double check.
Okay. And for that, at this point, did you want these three people out of the house so the scene would be secured?
Basically, I had everybody who was in the house that was there out just to have the officers go and look for the child.
Okay. And Gormley's back there just kind of keeping an eye on the three of them?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know whether I've done it yet, but I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit A.
Need to hear you.
What is it, Judge? I guess it's the Gormley's body cam?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's admitted.
May I now publish this, Your Honor?
I don't know. To me, just by watching the case so far, the defense attorney and the other attorney that's Lalani's attorney are both dumbasses. Like, is this their first case ever for both of them? Because they both seem kind of stupid. Like, what the fuck are these questions? Like, it's not getting nowhere. Were you here? Were you here at this time? Did you talk to her? That's it. That's all the questions. What did that gain you? I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I'm not supposed to get it. Come on, get back to the case so I can get this over with. I want to play some Coral Island before I go to bed. Anytime today. Come on. I think they're actually going to show some footage. I might actually get somewhere with this questioning. Maybe. Because I haven't yet.
Before I play this, can you tell us what, now that we've got this up, can you tell us to the minute what time this exchange was at?
12:12 in the afternoon on the 5th of October.
Thank you.
Patients for sale.
Did y'all go on last night or yesterday with baby that maybe he could have followed you or something like that? Y'all didn't go anywhere? Just you yourself.
I'm not yesterday, so you had me, I went to the board, that was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning, because I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, I got Chevron. My friend I used to work with, she got Oreo, because they didn't have
First big line.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you maybe been followed? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly the same. I'm not actually. Was it even 2? I was on 125.
125?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
And you went where?
Right up the road to next to Chevron.
Oh, the 40 over here on, right here on.
Right up the road, because I used to work at Bojangles, so I had a girl named Misty that.
I gotta borrow her for the K-line. Okay, give me just a second. Yeah.
There's a girl named Misty that I used to work with that had dental problems as well, so I got in contact with her and asked her if she had Oreo, because I called several kids and they didn't have any.
Okay, did you notice anybody following you or anything?
I don't know.
Did you go back out and all the way to the car?
When I did get back, there was a car, which is why that lady mentioned it, whatever. I was thinking that maybe the car was for people across the street, but it was another little gray car sitting out front of the house.
Okay.
Yeah. I was thinking it was for across the street was the neighbor, so I don't know.
So you said you got home about 1:30?
Yes, it's 1:25 a.m. was the exact time that I got on my phone for almost 12 minutes.
Okay, all right. Nobody followed me, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's where they caught her in the first line. So here at the very end of day one, we get a tiny little bit of something. And it's about over now. Holy shit. Her first lie caught on, she said she never left. But then here she says she did leave for 12 minutes.
I'm just going to ask you about.
You mentioned earlier, and I want to make sure I heard you right, that there were, but before she told you about this trip at one, whatever it was, that she had given a time that she went to sleep, and she had given a time that she had woken up. Right. And I think you said that she had twice told you that she didn't leave the house, didn't go anywhere during that time window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not once, but twice?
Correct.
Now, are those statements captured in this exchange, or are you talking about some other statements she made to you earlier, not captured on camera?
There was another, and I believe when I first got there, I asked them what happened. And I believe that's the first time when she told me what time they went to sleep. And then on this time, I asked again after I had gotten a phone call from Detective Robbins to, where they told me that her vehicle was seen on the flock camera system. That's when I went back to her and said, did you ever leave the house? And as soon as I approached her, the first thing she said was no. And then next thing you know, she said it. She shook her head again, and then she said, "Oh, wait a minute, the Aura job."
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time, long after October 5th, but into later in the eventual landfill search that was a part of this investigation. Now, were you a part of the landfill search?
From the very beginning.
And what was your role or roles?
I had multiple roles. We were there to set up the initial site to start the search of the trash that was there. I was there prior to us starting the search. We were there getting equipment. Logistically speaking, I was there to make sure the equipment was there. Resources, fueling the vehicles, making sure water was up there, bringing food. I mean, I was jack of all trades on that.
Were you involved in ensuring that there was enough PPE for all the searchers?
Yes, I was part of that along with another individual from the department. We ended up setting up all the PPE in order to make sure everybody was safe while they were going through this potentially biohazardous material and trash.
I'm sorry. And were you there for every day of the landfill search?
I was there every day.
Okay. What were the hours of the landfill search on any given day?
We would, honestly, we literally, myself and another lieutenant showed up prior to everybody showing up. We were there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we did not leave easily until 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. And the only time I actually left is when we had a uniformed security, a uniformed police officer coming to do security of the landfill site after hours.
Tell me about the after-hours security plan at the landfill.
We usually traditionally broke down about 4:30, 5 o'clock to clean everybody up, decontaminate everybody. And then once all the searchers were bussed out, I was the last person there waiting for the relief uniformed officer to come there and sit on the site. That way we had security there at the site 24/7. Somebody from the police department would have eyes on that site 24/7 from the time that we started to the time that we ended.
And are you talking about the entrance to the landfill on Little Neck Road, or are you talking about inside the landfill at the search area specifically, or both?
But there was security at the entrance of the landfill, but that was done by the city of Savannah because that was their area. The actual site where the volunteers and the people who were assigned to the search was actually done by Chatham County Police personnel.
Okay. Was the area kept well lit at night?
Yes, sir. We actually had floodlights that came on. The officers were instructed to turn them on when it got dark. Sometimes when we were still there, I would have them turned on before the officers got there.
And what was the point of all this?
So we could have visibility of the area at all times. That way there would be no chance anyway, shape, or form that area be invaded by somebody other than the law enforcement searchers who are involved, and police personnel, and of course waste management personnel that were allowed to be there.
Now, did you pull that overnight security duty yourself at any point?
Unfortunately, a few times I had to, yes, sir.
And what did that involve for you?
Basically being in a marked unit, being in a uniform, sitting there, looking at the landing where the trash was brought to, I hate to say it that way, but trash was brought there to be searched, and looking at the site where they were actually pulling from to bring down to the landing. We had all that lit up to where you could actually see the whole thing.
Do you remember, were you present on the day that Quentin's remains were finally found?
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
And what were you doing at the landfill that day? What were your duties on that day?
Again, based off of the logistics part and setting everything up and all that, while we were there and they were searching, we were actually stationed by, and every time something of significance was found, they alerted us. And then they would bring whatever certain items that they found and took it over to the forensic anthropologist to review.
And was that the last day of the landfill search?
Yes.
Overall, how many days would you say that you were out? You may not remember off the top of your head, but roughly how long did this landfill saga last for?
I remember it was it after previous Thanksgiving? I think approximately 4 weeks. It was a very extended search.
Now, we've heard testimony from Sergeant Stewart and maybe to you from some degree that initially, the initial response to the scene on October 5th,
yes,
that there were search efforts focused in the house, in the areas around us, wooded areas, bodies of water, and so forth. Is that a normal protocol, the normal protocol for a missing children's call?
Yes, in the event that we don't immediately find the child. When I was there, I was the incident commander, so we were figuring out what happened from the initial story that we got, just to make sure that we covered all our bases and everything that happened. We initiated a further search pattern out that I had to coordinate, and we started getting volunteers. We contacted SEMA. SEMA got involved. A lot of resources were brought in to try to attempt to locate little Quentin.
Now, when we're talking about young children, the missing child call pertaining to a young children, is it fair to say that the typical situation is the child is just eventually found nearby, either in the house, in a closet or something like that, or in the woods 50 yards away?
Luckily, in my experience, very few times have we had a situation where, for an extended period of time, we lost a child. A lot of times, in situations of children this young, they're usually hiding somewhere. Not to go off tangent here, but we actually had one where the child was sleeping under a bunch of blankets, and that's when we ended up finding them 30 minutes later. But they usually are found within the house or within the immediate area of the house, relatively soon. Luckily, unfortunately, in this case, it didn't end up being that.
Now, Sergeant Stewart has testified that one of the first things he did when he got there and got an initial statement was simply send a couple officers into the house to look for Quentin. Based on what you've just told us, does that seem to you to have been a sound approach, at least initially?
Yes, sir, because traditionally when a child is lost, usually the parents or family members are hysterical for the simple fact that, I can't find my child. So they tend not to search as well as a reasonable-minded officer would when he comes to the scene and knows what to look for. So, yeah, that is a normal protocol. They'll let us check the house. Maybe we'll find them. And that's what was initially done.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
Now, this is the free attorney. He's just as dumb as the other guy, in my opinion. Like, neither one of them are very good at least we finally got something in that last little bit from the last attorney, but this is like the fourth plaintiff called so far, and this is the first piece of evidence that went somewhere.
Lieutenant Foster, how many people were searching at the landfill over the course of that 5 or 6 week period?
Easily between 20 to 30 a day.
And so let's say how many days? 45 days, let's say. So 20 or 30 a day times 45 days, that's a lot of people, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. In and out. And that's not counting everybody else who's coming in and out of the landfill in normal routine business, correct?
Correct, but the majority of the searchers were the same.
I don't think I had a question before you. Did I?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to complete an answer.
I don't believe
there wasn't a question.
So, Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to ask that you move on.
Okay. So, Lieutenant Foster, so there was, I'd say, easily hundreds of people in and out of that place during this time frame, correct?
Not hundreds, no.
Not during the course of these several weeks?
Not hundreds, no.
Okay. Thousands in?
No, not thousands.
Okay. So if you had 20 or 30 people a day times 45 days, okay? So the same 20 or 30 people every day?
Majority of the days, yes, sir.
Okay. But not every day?
Not every day, no.
Okay. So it's different people?
Sometimes.
Okay. So that being said, this is a dump, correct?
It is a dump.
And you have a number of people coming in, conducting normal business, and you have a number of people coming in, conducting searching, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate statement?
That is fair and accurate.
Okay. And you said a minute ago that you were you didn't think that you were trying to protect against contamination at a dump site with all these people in and out of it. Is that genuinely what you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, that being said, at 535 Buckhalter Road, how many people were there on October 5th?
My entire west side, so we're talking 6 to 7 officers, my sergeant, myself, And then once we really started doing the search, command staff, federal authorities, but as far as going into the house, there's pretty much my officers, myself, and then the investigators that I know of.
So I guess it's a fair number of people that day at least. Okay. So now we just watched this little bit of video right here.
You're a dumbass idiot. This fucking lawyer's a dumbass idiot. What he's trying to make the people think is, and the guy just testified and said, the landfill where they were searching and where they were taking the trash from, there was no workers working in those areas. But he's trying to make it seem like there were workers working in those areas. There was not. They were cut off from that. Yes, they have to keep working. It's a landfill, but they moved the landfill to a different area to dump trash from that point forward until they were able to use that area again. Like 4 or 5 weeks later. Like, dumbass. Anyways.
You asked a question, but what the question that you asked, because that was you asking the question on that video, correct? That wasn't Officer Gormley.
Absolutely.
Right. So it was Gormley's cam, but it was you asking the question, right?
Yes.
And the question that I heard was, you asked if she went anywhere with the kids, and she said no.
Okay.
Okay. Was that the question that you asked?
I asked both. I mean, did you go anywhere? And then I asked, if you watch it again, I asked the second time, did you go anywhere with the kids?
Right.
And she first said she didn't go anywhere, no, was the answer no. And then did she ask, I asked if she went anywhere with the kids, she said no.
Right.
And then, if I recall correctly from a few minutes ago, she said that she had to go get some orange gel.
Right. But this was at noon on October 5th, if I'm not correct. Correct? Yes. So, now, I didn't understand because it was a little confusing to me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Dean then asked you if there was a prior statement to this, or if this was the statement that you were referring to, and I wasn't really sure what your answer was. Is this the statement that you were referring to when you said you had asked her if she'd went somewhere?
Yes, this is.
Okay, so this is the statement. There wasn't some earlier statement. It was this statement, correct?
It was an earlier statement. I initially got there. I, of course, looked around to see where the baby was sleeping and things of that nature. And from what Sergeant Stewart briefed me on, because I asked what time.
I'm not asking you what Sergeant Stewart said. I'm asking you if it was your question. If you asked the question earlier.
Yes, sir. If you let me finish, I would tell you. Then I spoke with her.
Right.
And spoke with her boyfriend and asked some relatively same questions. Well, what time did you go in and when was the last time you saw him?
All right. Well, let me ask you that. You said you asked her boyfriend. So did you ask her boyfriend or did you ask her? Those are two different things.
Both. They were both there together.
Right. But who answered? That's my question.
They both did.
Okay, so the boyfriend answered.
The boyfriend answered and gave me what time he last saw the child. And she also gave me an answer of when she recalled last seeing.
Okay. But that was the only other prior statement that you were talking about.
That I am involved with, correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does the state have any redirect?
You're a fucking idiot.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, as to your next witness, the witnesses thus far have been relatively short. Are we still in that vein with the next witness as well?
I think the next witness is going to be, I'm notoriously bad at predicting how long, but I think longer than any of the previous witnesses. So I'll leave that information to the court, and the court can plot the way forward.
I'd like to take up some housekeeping and timing issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow you to take a short break. We're going to ask you to step into the jury room while we talk about scheduling.
Well, that's where this one ends, guys. Didn't really learn much new. We learned that the lawyer and the defense lawyer are both idiots because they didn't gain nothing with those 4 defendants, really. We didn't learn pretty much nothing. Yay! We learned nothing! Jeez. How much? What's the battery at on this phone? 30. All right, I'm going to end this, and then I'm going to go live on my other phone and play Coral Island. If you want to come watch, you can. It's going to be on silence because I'm going to watch SWAT. But bye, guys.